you get you one eat it. Yeah, take it in my dog and be no time. Oh, your name, my dog and be no time. Yamura boy, Jamuan, Heda, and Yamura, Kakamo Kabi Samutima, and Yamura boy, Kakamo Kabi Samutima, Yamura boy, Mutari, Dora, Yaina, and Yamura, Tata, Kanita, Wenka, Boyo Casinga, Quina, Gurenda, and Bojo home, Mutima, the Guera, take. Marisi Kudupa, and Yamura Bodora, Mabarangira Maiki, Eti Kudubadora, Mabarangira Mwenda, Yamura Bodo Tata Kanduka Mwenda, Yamura Bojo Magobe, Yomutanaba, Ema Fakusa Yoku Senya, Yamura Bojo Salamsaka Yoku Higa, Oyo Kwasila Mukonogam, Yamura Bojo Kabuleta Yomtaburaine. Yahiro Yokubunga, Mugongu Guarabize Yokubunga, Yamura Bojo de Imando Cambidota, Yamura Bojo de Imando Cambidota, Yamura Bojo, Hinga Second to get it. Yamura, you win. Imando Cambidota, Yamura Bojo de Imando Cambidota, Yay Bojo coming in Mubasiguambua. Yamura Bojo coming in Mubasiguambua. They wandered a Komburungi. Timurubaka wandered a Komburungi. Yamura Bojo Yakampara be a manire. Yamura Bojo Yabirovin be a manire. Timurubaka King at one of a hole. Yamura Bojo one of Tosida Yoka. Yamura Bojo Mukai Murusi Dansara. Bojo Kutemar China Saisi Bay Bojo. Imando Cambidota, Yamura Bojo de Imando Cambidota, Imando Cambidota, Yagirata, Yamura Bojo de Imando Cambidota, Imando Cambidota, Imando Cambidota, Imando Cambidota, Imando Cambidota. Hey, Yamura Bojo Musensa Maracanya Gonset. Yamura Bojo Musensa Maracanya Gonset. Hey, Yamura Bojo Kambi Kabika Mitima. Oh, Yamura Bojo Yapuejo Keki Wanide. Hey, Weba Munava Navanu Kabalugi.
Dalero. Dema Dalero. Dema Dalero. Dema Dalero. Dema Dalero. Ikidemandalero,
Ikidemando Cambidota,
Ikidemandalero,
Ikidemando Cambidota,
Ikidemandalero,
Sambe together,
Ikidemandalero,
Mueva limitary by name,
Ikidemandalero,
oh, we never came,
Ikidemandalero,
Gedagiranta,
Ikidemandalero,
Ikidemando Cambidota, Yabula Boja Gamando Cambidota, Gedagiranta, eh, we never came. Hey, Yabura Bojo Samba together. Can be Basabi Munda. Oh, we never came. Ekidemando Cambidota. Yabura Bojo Lemando Cambidota. Ekidemando Cambidota. Yabura Bojo Lemando Cambidota. Kakambi Kabika Mutima. Gaya Bojo Capeju Keki. Kabakabalega Muhure, Engambile Boja Bakabalega Murege, Engambaya to Kosingura Kiringwayo, Yamura Bojo Capeju Keki Waride, Dagiranta, Yamura Bojo, how we never came. Hey, Dagiranta, Yamura Bojo de Imando Gambiro Tadera, Ekidemando Gambiro Tadera, Ekidemando Gambiro Tadera, Yamura Bojo de Imando Gambiro Tadera. Mueva le monodora, mueva le monodora, Hopi de Bukade, Yabura Bojo, the Hopi de Bukade, Samba, Bakavika Mutima, Vinyaka Mabi, Miongo, Tinkudu Paramaranga Makari and Kore, Mueva le monodora, Yabura Bojo, the Imando Gambirota, Mueva le Monoki, the Imando Gambirota, Marikami Gambe, Kidaimando Gambirota.
Kidaimandalero.
Kidaimando Gambirota. Kidaimandalero. Nobile Bokade.
Kidaimandalero.
Samba Marakato Genze. Penyamura Bojo, my enemy Talibane.
Kidaimandalero.
Kidaimando Gambirota.
Kidaimandalero.
Penyamura Bojo, Daimando Gambirota. Kidaimandalero. Bojo, Daimando Gambirota.
Kidaimandalero.
Samba Samba together.
Kidaimandalero. Kidaimandalero.
Nyabura Bojo, Hobby Bokade. Nyabura Bojo, Daimando Gambirota. Sam. Daimando Gambirota. Daimando Gambirota. Nyabura Bojo, Daimando Gambirota. Daimando Mueva le mano, Kidaimandalero. Hobby Bokade.
Kidaimandalero.
Mutalibain,
Oh, where he be, highway.
Hey, Baba, taking the Mutalibain, no.
Oh, where he way.
Hey, Baba, taking the Mutalibain,
Oh, where he be, highway.
Hakiroki, no cemetery, when you
Oh, where he way.
I want Kumanya cemetery, when you
Oh, where he be, highway. Oh, where he way.
Hey, Baba, taking the Mutalibain,
Oh, where he be, highway.
Hey, Baba, where are the Dakiran?
Oh, where he way.
Hey, Baba, taking the Mutalibain,
Oh, where he be, highway.
I want you to put it down my head.
Oh, where he way. Oh, where he be, highway.
I want your Samba together.
Oh, where he way.
Hey, Baba, taking the Mutalibain.
Oh, where he be, highway.
Hey, Baba, taking the Mutalibain.
Oh, where he way.
Samara goes in your way. Uganda.
Oh, where he way.
I have Uganda.
Oh, where he way.
Taliban.
Oh, where he way.
I Baba taking the Taliban.
Oh, where he way.
I taking the Taliban.
Oh, where he way.
I Baba taking the Taliban.
Oh, where he way.
I Baba
Oh, where he way.
I Baba
Oh, where he way.
There goes in your way. I Baba says Samara goes in your way. I Baba taking the Taliban.
Oh, where he way.
Hey Baba, Samba together.
Oh, where he way.
Hey, where are you telling me? Kira Gutamba. Hey Baba, Kira Gutamba. Hey Baba, taking the Taliban. Oh, where are you? Where are you telling me?
Oh, where
I want you to see me the tangy. Hey Baba, taking the Taliban. Samba together. Hey Baba, taking the Taliban. Samba together. Hey Baba, taking the Taliban. Taking the Taliban. Hey Baba, taking the Taliban. Taking the Taliban. Emanyire do ye, emanyire mwawala ye, emanyire do nyaburaga do.
Emanyire do malaye, emanyire do. Emanyire do malaye, emanyire do. Emanyire do malaye, emanyire do.
Emanyire kubinyaga.
Emanyire do malaye, emanyire do. 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 Emanyire do malaye, emanyire do.
Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest is in our midst. Our chief guest is in our midst. We will all rise and welcome him. Welcome, sir. Welcome, Prof. That dance right now continues to be yours. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Prof, that dance was yours, and that dance is directly from Bunyoro. I will be explaining more about it and what it exactly means, and we want to say a special thank you to you. I think you ought to take the middle seat so we can be able to see you properly. Thank you very much, sir. And we want to say we're honored by your presence and for you allowing to be with us this afternoon as we celebrate that great man right at your back, who you will be talking about at a later stage. And to everyone else in your distinguished capacities, I'll be letting you know who is in our midst. I know we are a few minutes behind, and I'm going to request our technical team to be ready to give us the national anthem, the East African anthem, and of course, the Bunyoro anthem. I will be slaughtered. If you're not with that, we will definitely be able to sing it by ourselves. But so, ladies and gentlemen, whoever is still seated, I request that we stand and take on our anthems, the Ugandan anthem, East African anthem, and Bunyoro anthem in that order.
God. souls grow. For all the earth we shall always thank the power of our freedom's crown. Mungu tuomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Unyoro kitara tukugozani naitwe nitwabana behanga abakutamwe kitinisa leo turakoraki tukugize mukama nitwijuke kitinisa kehanga letu bunyoro kitara tukugozani naitwe nitwabana behanga abakutamwe kitinisa.
hangiriza kutamba, hangiriza mulibingwa, hangiriza ntale ya munyoro, yakunde karuzika ngotegere bwakuge.
All right, thank you very much. Round of applause to the cultural troupe. And of course, I will request that we get seated. I will request that we get seated. And I want to say once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. And may God bless you for the time that you have spared to be with us. I know someone else is asking, why haven't we prayed? I normally take the Ugandan anthem to be a prayer, but do I have a volunteer to give us a word of prayer? You know, things of prayer, some people keep running away from. Please, yes, please come and give us a word of prayer. And we'll ask that we humble ourselves for that word of prayer before we get to officially kick off our ceremony this afternoon.
Let's pray. Almighty, ever-living God, fountain of all, we honor you for this evening and afternoon that you have given unto us. Here we come to commemorate and celebrate the mighty and strong man, Inaugural Kabalega. Fountain of all, we come here as people who give reverence to whatsoever he gave in his possibilities. Father, we pray that whatsoever is going to happen in this place may be as per your guidance. We rebuke all the plans of the evil, and we pray that each and everything may be a success. May it be a time to learn, may it be a time to understand more, and above all, may it be a time to glorify your name. Through Jesus Christ our Lord I pray. Amen.
Thank you very much for the beautiful word of prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a good afternoon to you. I think now we have a bit more of energy that our chief guest is right here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Oh yeah, that is much, much better, especially that I am talking to people who are here to celebrate the life of a man who was not only mighty and strong in terms of stature or in terms of strength of putting together a kingdom that crisscrosses different nations, but also a man who inspired a number of kingdoms. I know some may not take it very lightly down themselves, but I know that many of the kingdoms that we are talking about in Uganda today or in a greater part of Africa have a contribution that is coming in from the great Omukama Kabalega. And I want to say a special thank you to the Kabalega Foundation, together with the Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom, for ensuring that we do not get to forget persons who shaped legacies, persons who shaped the way traditions and culture and governance is set out and is taken on in this day and age. Earlier on, as we did get to speak, we were talking about how the westernization or these, I don't know how to even call it, because for me, when we talk about civilization, civilization started from Africa. If you talk about some of the most ancient things that we think have come from the West, I'm sorry about those who think I am outrightly hitting at them, something like cesarean section, I am very sure it did come from Bunyoro. Am I right or wrong? Did someone say wrong? Then probably you do not know your culture, you do not know your history pretty well. If we talk about Kenya, Kenya has a bit of Bunyoro in it. If you talk about Tanzania, they have Bunyoro in their blood. When you talk about the Democratic Republic of Congo, they have Bunyoro in their blood. Talk about a bit of Rwanda, they have Bunyoro in their blood. So I want us to give a huge round of applause for Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom, the great empire that existed and still exists in our hearts. But the challenge to us is, how have you upheld your culture? How have you upheld your cultural institution? I want to ask the Banyoro who are right here, in as much as you continue to live, how much do you contribute to the growth of your kingdom and your culture? It's just a word for us to pay attention to. I know that in our midst, we have the Prime Minister of Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom, and I'll be introducing him to you, who will be joining us right here in just a bit. And I know that Kabalega Foundation will be giving us the honors to let us know who else is in our midst. I can see a number of distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I do not want to pinpoint at one lest I forget the other, and I'll be hung and sued for that exactly. But I want to say a special welcome to you all as we get to take a look at a very interesting conversation, the role of culture in promotion of development. And I will say not just development, but sustainable development. When we talk about, we just finished the conference of party in Dubai, that is the COP28, talking about climate change and the environment. Culture is at the heart of climate change issues and at the heart of the environment. We'll be getting to know how and why we need to put culture at the forefront. When we talk about gender equality, yeah, I know some people will be talking about some cultural norms that said the women don't have to do this, women don't eat this, but there was still a positive aspect of culture in promoting gender equality and the role of the woman. When we talk about inheritance, I know there's a conversations that we are going to be having at a later stage. When we talk about culture and governance, the institutions that we have of government and everything, they draw a lot of inspiration from the way our cultural institutions were set up in the past. And that is why they are able to exist and coexist. For example, in Uganda's case, we have the cultural institutions, but we also have the government, the central government, as we would refer to it as. So culture plays a very important aspect. So for us who are looking at only the negative aspect, the negativity that comes out of it, and I always love to say there is not negativity from culture. It is only that there are persons who want to take advantage of making it a negative aspect, because I believe, even when we talk about patriarchy in our cultural institutions and all the negative aspects and the consequences that come from the negative patriarchy, it's because people have not thought about the positive that comes out of it. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me, without any further ado, to invite a representative from the Kabalega Foundation and to come and welcome us before we get to hear from our distinguished keynote speaker who I can't wait to listen from. And at a later stage, I will request that the Kabalega Foundation invites the Prime Minister of Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom to come and give company to our keynote address. I mean our keynote speaker, because he feels lonely at that table right there. You know, they always say it is lonely at the top, right? But please, I hope, Prof, you're not feeling lonely already, because you have a lot of audience that is here. So let's welcome the Kabalega Foundation to come and give us the honors of welcoming us here as we continue with our conversation. Solomon, you're welcome. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you so much, Mildred. I'm Solomon Karuhanga, the Programs Coordinator, Kabalega Foundation. I'm so happy, I'm so glad that I'm seeing Kabalega in all of you. I'm so glad by the fact that you have moved from wherever you have come from to be here to commemorate the 100 years of Kabalega, to celebrate a hero, to celebrate bravery. I feel very, very happy. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome you. Feel at home. We are celebrating a hero. We are celebrating a grandfather of our independence. So whatever we are going to discuss under a theme of the role of culture in promotion of development, the case of Africa, is going to be key, not only for Bunyoro, but for Uganda, for East Africa, for Africa and the entire world. In a special note, I want to welcome the chief guest, Professor Lumumba. He's a renowned speaker, an activist of African independence, and the person is going to talk about today, Kabalega the Great, is a hero and a grandfather of independence. Of recent, I was talking to a professor from Ghana. He was stressing that Ghana, as a country, as the first country to attain independence in Africa, greatly was looked at Kabalega, the heroics of Kabalega, and they were inspired. That's why they stood against imperialism. Today, we are against imperialism, we are against neocolonialism, and that's why we are here today, to celebrate a hero, to celebrate 100 years of Kabalega. And that's why we have the Kabalega Memorial Lecture. I want to welcome you all, feel at home, and Professor, welcome to Uganda. And we are all eager, all these people here are here to listen from you. At this moment, I would like to welcome, by the way, amidst us, we have representatives from all cultural institutions in Uganda. We have Owekitiibwa Dr. Anthony Wamala, representing the Prime Minister of Buganda. You're welcome, sir. As Mildred said, we have a delegation from Toro Kingdom, led by the Deputy Prime Minister, Finance. We shall be also noting down and letting you know the other representatives from other cultural institutions. At this moment, I want to welcome the Prime Minister of Bunyoro, Atenyi Byakutaga. And Ateny, please come and sit with Professor in front. Thank you so much. We shall be having a speech as Kabalega Foundation, but this is a welcoming remark. Thank you so much. Midway, over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Solomon, and thank you so much to the Kabalega Foundation. We will definitely be getting to hear from them at a later stage. And to all our distinguished guests in your capacities, we want to say a special thank you, especially to the representatives of the cultural institutions. This represents the Ubuntu. This represents the oneness that we have always talked about for a long time. Also in our midst is the Secretary General of the Uganda Kings and Cultural Leaders Forum, the Right Honorable Ambassador Georgia Tim. Please, wherever you are, thank you so much for coming through. We do have Dr. John Kintu Livingstone from the Linguistics and Cultural Studies, Makerere University. Thank you so much for making time. I know we have so many members from the academia. Right next to him, I see Mr. Mwambusi Andebesa, a historian, who fervently speaks against imperialism in each and every form. We do have the former Minister for Presidency and also a princess from Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom. I know you know who I'm talking about, Princess Raboni Masko. Thank you so much for joining us and for being a part of this, Princess Kabakumba Masko. I do have, I did cite the former president of the Uganda Law Society, and that is Honorable Mr. Simon Peter Chinobe Council. All the titles go with him. Thank you so much, and is a son of the soil as well. We want to say a special thank you to you. I will be letting you in on who else is in our midst. And ladies and gentlemen, I know that we've waited for this day for a very long time. My name is Mildred Tuhaise Amoti Ndi Mubwijwa Nyakabwijwa. I come from the Hippo clan from Bunyoro. Twina ababwijwa na babwijwa kati abandi banyakabwijwa na babwijwa. Oh, I actually have a brother in the midst. Welcome and thank you so much for coming through. And I want to welcome each and every one of you from Bunyoro, from Toro, from our grandchildren. We just received a daughter, especially our grandchildren from Busoga. Do we have any Basoga in the house? Oh yes, exactly. They're right here with us. We celebrate with the kingdom. And without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we have waited for the speech from our keynote speaker, Professor P.L.O. Lumumba, as many know him. And I would like to not take any other more time because we can't wait to drink from your cup of knowledge. And sir, I take the honors to invite you. Let's give him a round of applause. Let us invite Professor P.L.O. Lumumba. Exactly. We can't wait to drink from your cup of knowledge. And so the microphone is yours.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Let me start by thanking the Bunyoro Kitara Foundation. Let me also appreciate the King in absentia, represented by the Prime Minister. Let me also recognize representatives from other kingdoms, from the Republic of Uganda, and all who are present here. The question and the place of culture is one that must preoccupy our minds, particularly on an occasion such as this, when we are gathered here to commemorate slightly by a few months 100 years since the passing of the Inaugural Kabalega of the Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom. We are gathered here to remind ourselves of the place of culture in the lives of our societies. And when we do so because we are aware that the Bunyoro, Kitara, and the many kingdoms that we have in Uganda and indeed in the continent of Africa have been victimized by other civilizations. But we know that prior to the rude disruption of our governance systems, African kingdoms were organized. The Bunyoro Kitara kingdom was organized, and even the European historians and anthropologists who have tried to say no recognize that they were. The Buganda kingdom was organized, the Toro were organized, the Banyankole were organized, the Shilluk in what is present-day South Sudan were organized, the Yoruba were organized in what is present-day Nigeria, the Akan were organized, the Zulu were organized, we were organized. And our organization as an African people was informed by order and compassion. The history of Africa is therefore a history of welcoming other civilizations in the hope that they would reciprocate. But history teaches us that they did not. It is Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah who writes that when they came, the stage opened with their historians coming to us, with their anthropologists coming to us, with their missionaries coming to us and telling us, keep up your treasure in heaven where there is no rust and moths. But meanwhile, they were taking our gold. That is how they dealt with us. And it is not only the Europeans who started that journey of disruption and exploitation. The Arabs did it, and we don't talk about it as loudly as we should. They came. And they took us into slavery. And they castrated our men. So that when you don't see dark-skinned people in the numbers that we should in the Arab world, is because they castrated men. And we must never forget that. The Portuguese came. They were in West Africa. They were in the Congo. And we welcomed them as we normally do, and we still do. And no sooner had we welcomed them than they made the claim that they had discovered us. They discovered us, they claim. They discovered our mountains, which we had lived next to for ages. The French came. The Germans came. The Italians came. The Belgians came. The English came. All in their arrogance. And they made their way. And in what we now call Uganda, they came to the Bunyoro Kitara kingdom, and they were resisted by Kabalega. And a man called Baker came, and he was beaten by Kabalega. history teaches us. But then they went away and they assembled in Berlin in 1884 and 1885, and they divided us into what we now have as Uganda, as Tanzania, as Kenya. We are now 54 and still counting. But what we must never forget is that at all time we resisted. Those who say we never resisted are mistaken. We did. They planted the seeds of division. I can still remember those famous words of Nigeria's Chinua Achebe in his book, Things Fall Apart, when he says that they came and planted the seed amongst brother and brother, sister and sister, and things fell apart, and they have remained apart. They came, and they disrupted us. They told us that our God was not God. They came with a God, and today, when you go into many households of those who claim to be Christians or those who are Christians, you find the image of an actor called Geoffrey Hunter being received as the image of Jesus Christ. They came and told us that our names were not good names, and they gave us names. They came and told us that our natural features had to acquire different names. So they came and found Lake Muitanzige and say, no, it is Lake Albert. They came and found our lakes with our name. They say, this is Edward. They said another one is George. The falls which we had lived with, they said, this is Murchison. And even our national park, they called it Elizabeth. And when they went down, they found Lake Narubare and said, this is Victoria. And when they went down, they said that the falls, Mosio Tunya, was Victoria Falls. They came and told us that our culture meant nothing. And we believed them. And unfortunately, we still believe them. So today, when we are gathered here to commemorate one of the great African stalwarts, Inaugural Kabalega, we must ask ourselves fundamental questions, uncomfortable questions. And those questions relate and rotate around the question of the thing that is called development. What is this thing called development? I remember not so long ago, the great Tanzanian founding father, Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, being interviewed about development, and he said, from where we sit, development is not confined to the size of what the Europeans call the gross domestic product, GDP. That to us is not development, he said. Development cannot, in our estimation, be per capita income. That is not development. Development must not be restricted to the number of skyscrapers that we have. No, that is not development. Development cannot be understood to mean that we must go to the moon. That is not development. Development, from what we see and what we call development, is to have an environment where there is a spiritual, social, political, and economic contentment. So let the Americans go to the moon, but we want water in our households. And I still believe that in our understanding of development, we must recognize that development is about our ability to recognize the humanity in ourselves. It is those civilizations that have claimed that they were developed that have visited great pain upon the world. The Europeans, tell me throughout the ages, which other civilization has visited pain upon humanity like the European tribes? Whether those tribes are Germans, whether they are British, whether they are Italian, whether they are English, whether they are the Belgians, there is no civilization other than civilizations from Europe that have visited pain upon others like they have. When in 1914, the European tribes were fighting amongst themselves, they called it the World War. When they fight themselves, they call it World War. From where they sit, what they do is the world. When they fought again between 1939 and 1945, they did not call it tribal war, they call it world war. And we were inducted into those wars. They came to us and they told us that our cultures were not good, so that even today, as I speak to you, instead of addressing you in Kiswahili or Kinyoro or Luganda, they have captured our tongues that I am now speaking to you in a foreign tongue. I look forward to the day when in an assembly such as this, I'll address you in the Kiswahili language. I look forward to that day. I look forward to the day when we shall have totally liberated ourselves, that we will be able to appreciate that indeed when we talk about development, we talk about the totality of culture. In Kiswahili they say, mwachamila ni mtumwa. He or she who abandons his or her culture is a slave. And there is a sense in which we remain enslaved. How do we remain enslaved? Just look at your names, including my very own. Look at it. Who is this individual that is called Patrick, for whom I am named? Who is he? Why is it that on the day that I was baptized, they could not allow me to use my local name? Why? Why is it that when we are referring to ourselves, we refer to ourselves as Anglophone, as Francophone, as Lusophone? And right now, we are even always in the business of referring to ourselves as other phones. Soon we will be Sinophones. This is what we are doing to ourselves on a daily basis in the name of development. When we run our governments and their university professors here, when they teach political science, oh, what science do they teach? They teach the ideas of somebody from the United States. They talk about Max Weber. They talk about Adam Smith. They talk about John Austin. They talk about H.A.L. Hart. They don't talk about Kabalega. They don't talk about Mutesa. They don't talk about Shaka the Amazulu. They don't talk about us because we are totally dominated. So that even the universities that we run, the law that we teach, the political science that we teach, the history that we teach, the geography that we teach is so Eurocentric that on this day when we remember Inaugural Kabalega, we must also exercise the spirit of slavery, mental slavery, that we may welcome a new spirit of freedom. Because if we don't, we will be dominated throughout the ages. You know, as I talk about development now, I think about this continent that has known slavery. The Omukama himself was taken away from the comfort of his kingdom and spirited to Seychelles. He stayed there for over 2 decades. When they had neutered the society, then they allowed him to come back. He did not get home. He died on his way. But this country, for a long time, did not even recognize him until later in the day. But we still recognize Prince Charles with a name in the middle of Kampala. I look forward to the day when such names shall no longer exist in the streets of Kampala. When I think about this continent, and I think about how we were colonized, and I think about how we regained our independence, and no sooner had we regained our independence than we adopted the very same things that we inherited from the white colonizers. So that if you go to the Ugandan parliament, the Kenyan parliament, the Ghanaian parliament, the Zimbabwean parliament, the Nigerian parliament, as the great African American John Henrik said, they are mimicry of what the colonizers left for us. And he says, and I agree, we will never succeed on the basis of that kind of organization. We were told, and we are still told, that in order to run a government, in order to run a judiciary, you must run it in the manner that the British taught us to do, complete with the manner in which they dressed. In order to run a parliament, we must run a parliament like they did, and our speaker must still wear some woolen white thing, which people stopped wearing many years ago, but we still wear. And even when we run our affairs, we must do it in the manner that they did. We are mimicking them. And when we think we have developed, indeed we are not. That is what colonization did to us. So today, when we are gathered here to remember Inaugural Kabalega, we are asking ourselves, is there not something in our tradition that we could use to change the continent of Africa? And why is that argument legitimate and necessary? It is legitimate and necessary because when Ghana became the first country to regain her independence, the first sub-Saharan country to regain her independence, always be very careful, because the Sudanese will tell you that they regained their independence in 1956 and Ghana in 1957. But I always remind them that the real independence in Africa was with Ghana in 1957. And I can still remember those powerful words of Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah on 6th of March 1957, saying that the independence of Ghana meant nothing if the rest of Africa was not free. But even as he spoke those words, Kwame Nkrumah was quite clear. He was clear that flag independence, the mere fact that we have the Ugandan flag, or the Kenyan flag, or the Ugandan national anthem, or the Kenyan national anthem, or the Ghanaian national anthem, or the Nigerian national anthem, was not sufficient. That there was something else. And he reminded us in 1965 that Africa was getting into the most dangerous stage, the stage where the former colonizers would become more deadly through the neo-colonial project. No sooner had he written his book than they overthrew him. No sooner had he written his book than they started destroying what we had inherited from them. So those of you who are students of history will remember the 1960s. You will remember in 1961, the Congolese thought that they had regained independence under Patrice Emery Lumumba. They killed him after 9 months. The Togolese thought that they had regained independence under Sylvanus Olympio. They killed him in 1963. The Ghanaians thought that they had regained independence in 1957. They overthrew Nkrumah in 1966. They thought in Nigeria that they had regained independence with Nnamdi Azikiwe and Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. They overthrew him in 1967. The Malians thought that they had regained independence through Modibo Keita. They overthrew him in 1968. The Algerians thought they did so through Ahmed Ben Bella. They overthrew him in 1968. Africa, as I speak now, and I want you to cast your eyes across the continent of Africa and see the crisis of governance, and therefore begging the question, is there a place for African culture and governance? Tell me whether there is peace in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Tell me whether there is peace in Sudan. Tell me whether there is peace in northern Mali. Tell me whether there is peace in Somalia. Tell me whether there is peace in Cameroon. Tell me whether the Europeans are not telling us what to do. Tell me whether they do not send their agents across every country. Tell me whether the IMF and the World Bank are not trying to interfere in our affairs. Tell me whether they are not telling us who a man is and who a woman is. Tell me whether they are not telling us what to wear. Tell me, what are they not telling us? They are telling us that if we don't have culture, they'll give us their culture. Tell me. This is the state in which we find ourselves. And therefore, today, when we are assembled here to remember Inaugural Kabalega, and we ask ourselves whether there is a place for culture in development, we owe ourselves a duty to define what culture is. You know, European anthropologists, they are the notorious ones. They tell us that when you talk about African culture, they have no culture. They could not write. Not true. When the Europeans were living in caves, we already had the Benin Empire, longer than the Chinese was. We already had the Monomotapa Empire. We already had the walls of Timbuktu. Before the Europeans knew whether it is the earth that went round the sun, the Dogon already knew astronomy as it is known today. They knew. When they could not write, the Africans had already identified the value of zero in mathematics. When they did not know about caesarean section, operations of that nature already taking place in the continent of Africa. When they were dying in snow and in ice, in Ethiopia, in Aksum, they were already building the underground edifices in Lalibela. They were building pyramids in Sudan and in Egypt. There were already libraries in Carthage. Pythagoras and all these people were already learning their philosophy from Orunmila among the Yoruba. We were there. We had a culture that was complete with science, complete with mathematics, complete with the arts. And when they say we have no art, they forget that they have stolen all of them, and they are to be found in the museums in Europe. If we had no culture, and if we could not do the things they say we could not do, why were they plundering the things that they plundered? Why? Because we had a culture, and what you do is that you destroy a people's culture, and then you create another culture and make them think like you want them to think. This is what they did Not only to us who remained in the mother continent, they did it even to our brothers and sisters who are taken to the Caribbean, those who are taken to the Northern America, those who went to Southern America. They did it, and they took away our language. And if you doubt me, I want you to watch Alex Haley's Roots and see how the main character, Kunta Kinte, was beaten that he may abandon his name and acquire a new culture. But those who have a culture and those who believe in it will never abandon it. That is why we are remembering Inaugural Kabalega, because he stood tall. Those of you who do not know will remember that incident in a hostel where the Omukama's arm had been amputated, and he kicked one of them. The time to kick them is now. The time to kick them is now, because when we kick them, then they'll realize that our culture was not dead. Our culture was merely in comatose. And we are beginning to rise. And we are beginning to redefine what development is. The great Ghanaian Nana Kobina Nketiah V has written a book which I commend to all of us, The Place of Culture in Governance, the Ghanaian Example. And he tells us that he has, over the years, looked at governance in Africa, just like we have. And the governance structures that we inherited have not served us well. If you look at Uganda, since she earned her political independence, the history of Uganda is replete with painful moments. The history of Sudan, painful moments. Somalia, painful moments. Ghana, painful moments. Congo, painful moments. Rwanda, painful moments. Burundi, painful moments. Nigeria, painful moments. Algeria, painful moments. Liberia, painful moments. South Africa, painful moments. Zimbabwe, painful moments. It has been a history of pain because our culture was taken away. And when we thought that we had a solution to our problems, a new wound appeared. How many of you remembering in 1980s when they came here and told us the solution to the African problem is multi-party politics? And we believed. We formed parties. In the Democratic Republic of Congo at one time, there were 233 of them. We formed them. We started holding elections. Then we discovered that in Africa, we can hold elections. You can have the highest number of votes, but he who is announced the winner is the winner, the number of votes notwithstanding. We discovered that. Then we are asking ourselves, what can we do? If this foreign culture has failed to solve our problems, we thought that when we regained independence using other people's culture, our education would help us. Today, we have many graduates from our many universities, but yet we can't solve our medical problems. In Uganda, it is only those who cannot afford medical attention in Europe or India or Dubai or South Africa who go to Murago. In Kenya, it is the same. In most Africa, it's the same. So even the promises we made to ourselves about development in medicine, We have not realized them. Then we said we would have education, and we have universities, and we teach engineering in those universities. But when we want to build roads, we want to build the expressway from Kampala to Entebbe, it is not the Ugandans who do it, it's the Chinese who do it. When we want to build expressway in Nairobi, it's the Chinese who do it. When we want to build anything in Africa, it's the Chinese who do it. What happened to our engineering? When we want to do anything, we still depend on them, and our problems still continue. We still send our young men and women to the Arab world, to Saudi Arabia, to Qatar, to all those other countries. And those who we don't send take themselves there by crossing the Mediterranean Sea. What happened to us? Do we still have the spirit of Inaugural Kabalega? Or we are weak and conquered and captured? This is the question that we must ask this morning or this afternoon. What is the place of culture? There are those who say that Africa is too diverse. There are too many cultures. Which one will we adopt? Is it that of the Bunyoro Kitara? Is it that of the Baganda? Is it that of the Batoro? Is it that of the Basoga? Is it that of any of our many communities, or the Zulu, or the Xhosa, or the Pedi, or the Kakan, or the Yoruba, or the Temne, or the Mende? We ask. Who said that we cannot have a mixture of those cultures? Who said that we cannot borrow that which is good in Buganda culture? Who said that we cannot borrow that which is good in the Banyoro culture? Who said that we cannot borrow that which is good in the Toro culture or the Yoruba culture? Who said that when we combine them, we cannot come with a system that will then fit us? Who said? Who is telling us that? Today, as we remember Inaugural Kabalega, we are reminding ourselves that we can do it. We can do it because history has demonstrated that it can be done. You know, they came and told us several years ago that there was something called Millennium Development Goals. There were 8 of them. Then they rained their course. Then they increased, they did not reduce. They became 17 now Sustainable Development Goals. And those goals said the things that we knew. We knew how to plant trees. We had an idea of what medicine is. We knew about education, and we still know. We knew about climate change. We knew how to deal with sustainable development and sustainable environment. We knew. But they tell us, you did not know. We must meet, and the Europeans started inviting us to meetings from 1975. The most recent was in Dubai, the 28th, and we go to such meetings. And when we come back, we marvel at what we said. Now that Uganda has discovered oil and every African country is discovering oil, they are telling, now we must leave oil alone. We must now embrace other things. The role of culture in development. I'm suggesting to us that the time is now, that Africans must look for a solution to governance. I must commend the current administration. They came and found that cultural institutions had been banned, and they restored them. That restoration was the beginning of the realization that a people without a culture cannot go anywhere. But I would urge this administration and coming administration that cultural institutions must have enhanced roles in governance. Cultural institutions must be given stronger positions in governance, because it is only when you do so that you will begin to see them in their full splendor. You know, in many African societies, and I say this with all due respect to heads of states in different African countries, you can go to Nigeria, and the president of Nigeria makes a pronouncement saying all the Yoruba people must be inoculated against tuberculosis. And when you go back, you'll discover that the response is only 20%. But when the Oni of Yoruba says all Yorubas must be inoculated, the response is 90%. The same thing here in Uganda. There are certain things which if the traditional rulers say, the people will obey. Why do they obey? What is it? That thing is the thing that we must discover. And that thing, if we mix it with the kind of governance system that we have, is going to lead us in the right direction. I still do not have an answer, but I think that there is something in it. What is it that the Inaugural Kabalega has, that the Kabaka of Buganda has, that the Oni of Ife has, that the king of the Mazulu has, that the king of the Swati has, that when they speak, people obey? What is it? Why did we lose it? Can we regain it? It is not to say that all traditional rulers were perfect. No, there are certain aspects of culture that we must jettison. But there are certain positive aspects of culture that we must embrace, because culture is dynamic. And I'm suggesting to all of you who are gathered here today that the time is now. The time is now for Africa to realize that there is a place of culture in modern day medicine. The time is now for Africa to realize that there is a place for culture in education. The time is now for Africa to realize that there is a place for culture in politics and governance. The time is now that Africa must realize that there is a place of culture in resource management. The time is now for Africa to realize that there is a place for culture in giving pride of place to our women in governance. The time is now for Africa to realize that there is a place of culture in ensuring that our family is retained. The time is now for Africa to recognize that if we do not protect ourselves, other cultures will come and dominate us. The time is now for Africa to realize that our languages must be protected, otherwise we'll be speaking Chinese and Indian as our mother tongue, although they were never our mothers. The time is now. The time is now, therefore, for us to wake up in the knowledge that we must instruct our institutions of higher learning to begin to investigate what it is that we are teaching. Several years ago, a great Nigerian who is a singer called Fela Nicola Pokuti sang, "Teacher, don't teach me nonsense." For too long now, many of our institutions have been teaching us things that we ought not to be taught. We must ask ourselves now, what are we teaching our young men and women? The Koreans are doing it. The Chinese are doing it. The Indians are doing it. The time is now for we Africans to do it. The time is now for Africans also to begin to patent some of the things that we have. How is it that the clothes which are Africans are patented by the Chinese? If we are not very careful, even these dances which are Bunyoro dances will be patented by Chinese. So that when you want to dance the Bunyoro Kitara dance, you've got to seek authority from Beijing. The time is now for us to begin to understand that intellectual property goes beyond culture and that it must be given its recognition. So my fellow countrymen and my fellow Africans, the question that we are here to ask this afternoon is this. If Africa desires to grow sustainably, how can we, leveraging on the spirit of Omukama Kabalega, attain it? Who was this Omukama Kabalega? Who was he? He was a personification of courage. And today, I'm asking you that we must embrace courage. Cowards die many times. And I'm urging you this afternoon, if we are going to allow culture to dominate our thinking in the realization that culture is not static, I'm asking you to embrace and to remember Omukama Kabalega because he was courageous. Today, I'm asking you to remember the memory and to give pride of place to the memory of Omukama Kabalega because when it was necessary, he was a diplomat. I am asking you that because it is necessary to be diplomatic, we must embrace the spirit of diplomacy because it is only by embracing the spirit of diplomacy that you are going to ensure that you get what you deserve. Today, as we remember Omukama Kabalega, I want you to remember that he was an example for others. Those who are students of history will remember that inasmuch as he learned from the Toro learned from him, and the Buganda learned from him, I want you to remember that that is necessary. I want you to remember that Omukama Kabalega was also compassionate, even when he used violence and force at certain times. In other words, there comes a time when instead of turning the other cheek, you must use the other fist. I'm now telling you that we as Africans must ask ourselves, when is it the right time to turn the other cheek, and when is it the right time to use the other fist? And I'm saying that you can do so by ensuring that you follow another quality of Omukama Kabalega. He was resilient. Many of you would have died in Seychelles. He stayed there for 23 years in an environment that was hostile, but he said, I'm not going to die in a foreign land. Although he died here in what is territorial Uganda, he was on his way home. I am reminding us that we must never forget our homes, because if you forget your home, you are a slave. I have no doubt in my mind that if Africa is to grow, Africa must embrace culture. If Africa is to realize our potential, we Africans must embrace culture. And I'm asking Africans as we go forward, we must be warriors for culture. We must be warriors for that which is true. So those of you who are Baganda here, be proud Bagandas. Those of you who are Toros, be proud Toros. Those of you who are Basoga, be proud Sogas. Those of you who are Zulus, be proud Zulus. Those of you who are Luos, be proud Luos. Those of you who are Lango, be proud Langos. And those of you who are Bunyoro, because we are in your midst, be proud Bunyoro, because it is only in that way that combined together we shall produce an African spirit. And in the spirit of Africanness, I can tell you, it is not going to be easy. There are going to be many roadblocks. We will rise and fall. We will rise and fall. We will rise and fall. But ultimately, we will stand, and history will remember us as those who rise and rise and rise. God bless you.
Yeah, it's okay for you to continue clapping and giving the standing ovation and saying all the wows and giving us the deep sighs and wow. Did I need to even speak after Professor? I think he should have been the last person to speak before we can get to have anything else. He should have been the last person to speak for us to stand up and just leave afterwards without any other response. But ladies and gentlemen, we have been challenged through a professor's speech. There's a lot of challenge that we have met. Honorable Cecilia Ogwal, thank you so much for sparing time to be with us, and welcome. Honorable Nyakato Asinasi from Hoima, welcome and thank you so much for as well sparing time to be with us. And right seated next to Honorable Nyakato is Ms. Hajara Nalwega, the Principal Culture Officer in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, who is also representing our Minister for Culture. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming through. And once again, I want to welcome Owechitiibwa Dr. Anthony Wamala, who is representing the Premier of Buganda, Inaugural Kabalega, Buganda. Thank you so much. And to every Munyoro who is here, because today we are celebrating 100 years of Kabalega, the challenge is upon us. And not only Banyoro, like Professor did say, to every one of us, from the culture that you come from, how much do you represent? And how much do you stand tall to support and say, I am a Muganda, I am a Musoga, I am a Langi, I am a Mtoro, I am a Mnyoro, I am whichever tribe and culture that you come from, and you stand tall to represent that, because modernity will not take away your pride and your history. That is a challenge to all of us. That is a question that we all need to be responding to. And I as well cannot wait to be able to listen to a panel, a great panel that is going to be presenting to us in just a bit. And like Professor did say, on this day, we exorcise the spirit of mental slavery. How many are able and ready to exorcise that spirit? There are some people who are not ready to exercise the spirit. How many are able and ready to exercise the spirit of mental slavery that we have had? That when they ask you, what is your name? My name is Mildred. Yeah, that is how you introduce yourself. Your name is Mildred, period, because you think having the English name is the most important thing or identity to yourself. You can't say my name is Tuhaise, and you do not want to be recognized as that because you think it's backward, because you think Mildred is the in thing, because you think having the English name is exactly what can be able to define you. I think we have a challenge ahead of us. And as we get into the panel discussion, and in just a bit, I will definitely be introducing to you our panelists. This is the time to remember our heritage, to remember where we come from, and to remember everything that Professor has said that is true, that culture plays a vital role and is at the center of every discussion that we're having. How many of us remember COVID-19? Yeah, if you don't remember COVID-19, you have a problem. Probably we need to take you to a mental health facility. All of us at some point in time took a bit of concoction of every shrub, of every leaf that you know around your homestead. How many did that? And you managed to stay alive, right? You didn't take the modern medicine, and anyway, modern medicine draws from traditional medicine. It's the herbs that are turned into what you take in the hospitals. We can bet on that until the until we come to the night, but that is the reality. So culture, tradition is at the center of everything that we get to speak about. So just to chill us up a little bit before we get into our panel discussion, I am going to invite the cultural troupe to give us just one strong item that will remind us of the great Inaugural Kabalega that we are talking about today, and reminding us about our heritage, reminding us about our roots and where we come from. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the cultural troupe.
Kwanzia gali kaluyenge, 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 kwanzia gali kaluyenge.
Thank you very much to the cultural troupe for giving us that beautiful one. A round of applause for them. And I'll just request each and every one of us for the next item that we're going to be having, feel free to stand up and dance because we're celebrating culture. Where we are today, the discussion is about celebrating culture. I also would like to recognize Director James Isagara Kisoro, who is the Executive Director of Kabalega Foundation, and for ensuring that you organize such a prestigious event. Thank you so much for making time with us. Prince Kimera Ramadan is also in our midst. Prince Kimera, wherever you are, do you want to wave to us? Or he's right at the back. Prince Richard Karisa, with us amidst as well. I will be letting you know. We do also have Mr. Ismail Kusemererwa, the Executive Director of the Midwestern Anti-Corruption Coalition. Yes, we are talking about good governance and fighting corruption. Thank you so much for making time to be with us. We have Mr. Muhumuza Didas, who is representing the Executive Director of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Wherever you are, thank you so much for making it. We have our beautiful queens, Miss Kovsing Estella, who is Miss Bunyoro 2022-23. Could you just wave to us? And yeah, the wave is always different and, you know, not like someone is shaking your hand. We also have Miss Barbara Nyangoma, who is Miss Bunyoro, the current reigning queen. All right, thank you so much. Such a beautiful smile. Miss Atulinde Justine, who is Miss Greta Kitara as well. Thank you so much for making time, the beautiful queens, and I hope that you are doing much in your reign to ensure that you promote culture. So ladies and gentlemen, the stage was set by Professor Lumumba, and he challenged us to so many things. And I want us to take on this discussion much further. And in no particular order, we'll introduce our panel that is going to also be dissecting a number of these issues. The development that Professor talked about, that is not just about the skyscrapers and the gross domestic product per capita and all those, you know, technical jargons that we always hear read at every financial year release. And we think that is development when we talk about GDP growing by this particular percentage, but is it trickling down to the persons, the humanity that Professor did talk about? So allow me invite, in no particular order, our panelists, and I will start with Mr. Bakaye B. Lubega, who is the Assistant Commissioner Culture in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. And of course, he is going to be represented by Ms. Hajara Nalwega, who is the Principal Culture Officer in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes up. I have another true son of Kabalega who never minces his words. He will talk straight for as long as that is the point that needs to be made. I am talking about none other than Professor Julius Kiza, who is a professor of political science at Makerere University and a great-grandson of Omukama Kabalega. Please use the other side because we need to see you as you come up. I know you are fit, you can be able to stretch out, but please make use of that particular one. And once again, allow me invite Mrs. Barbara Babwetera, who is the Executive Director of the Cross-Cultural Foundation of Uganda. Let's give a round of applause to Mrs. Barbara Babwetera, to join us. All right, I know that we are well gender balanced in this because I know so many panels never come through to be as much gender balanced as possible. Okay, allow me invite Dr. Paul Chalimpa. Dr. Paul Chalimpa is a development and leadership expert and is also the Deputy Director General, Uganda Investment Authority. A round of applause for Dr. Chalimpa as he comes through. Allow me as well invite Mrs. Agnes Kabajuni. Agnes Kabajuni is the Executive Director of the Center for Economic, Social and Cultural Rights in Africa. Agnes, you are welcome. Let's give them some warmth as they come through. We were talking about courageousness. We have our Wektinisa Isaac Kalembe, who is the author of The Life and Legacy of Omukama II Kabalega. And if you haven't read this book, please make sure that you can be able to get your copy outside as you step out. Let's welcome our Wektinisa Isaac Kalembe as he does come through. And of course, I will be delighted to keep Wektinisa Byakutaga right there, because probably I will have some tight questions for you as well, and I will have Professor PLO as well stay right in the center where he is seated. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have an interactive panel discussion. I know that we have some microphones just right next to us. And at a later stage, we will be engaging the audience. So as we listen carefully, I know we're going to be intrigued by some conversations and discussions coming through. And we might have a question or two, or we might have some supplements here and there on the conversation that we are having this afternoon. But allow me to start with Professor Kiza. You have a microphone that is right next to you. Would you like to unpack this conversation once again? I know that Prof has done it very, very well. You come from the academia, and Professor has challenged us on the role of culture in the academia. We are taught about, how many have been to the Canadian prairies, by the way? Allow me just ask. How many have been to the Canadian prairies? Okay, we have just one among, okay, once again, how many have been to the Canadian prairies? Apart from just one person I have here. Okay, what more did we learn in geography that Tennessee Valley Authority? How many have been to the offices of the Tennessee Valley Authority? Okay. We now know how much challenge we have amidst us. But the reason why I'm asking that, because I am looking at the role of culture, the place of culture in our academia. Just like Professor did challenge us, you can clearly see many people here learned things that they do not even know about, but they had to cram to be able to pass, because that is a standard that has also been set by another person, not ourselves as Africans. Professor. Yes, Professor Julius Kiza. And that is why Professor Piolo has decided to turn to look at you and listen to what your answer is going to be.
Mheshimiwa Professor Lumumba, tunashukuru sana mazungumzo zako. The Right Honorable Prime Minister, I was not even briefed on what protocol to follow in this meeting. I do not know. I know our mama from northern Uganda, Cecilia Ogwal, Honorable, some of our great cultural sites for Bunyoro Kitara are in Doholo. And I have been there personally. So those are our people. Thank you very much, the panelists. Thank you, the organizers, ladies and gentlemen. It is always difficult for me to make comments after Professor P.K. Lumumba has given his remarks. I remember when I last shared a panel discussion, it was at Makerere University, and Professor P.K. in a very persuasive tone was arguing that integration of East Africa should go slow. Go slow. Why are you hurrying? You don't meet a beautiful woman today and say, I love you, I have been dreaming about you, I want to marry you right now. You go slow, you date, go slow. Put in your application, refine it, and then eventually propose. I argued at that platform that successful marriages do not happen when you have known the other party 100%. If you know 20%, that's enough. Move on. The rest you sort out later. And I'm here to argue, to remind Professor, that on that day we disagreed. I was arguing that if you really want African integration, don't go slow. You have to do it rapidly. The story of German unification, the story of unification of Italy under Mussolini, the story of America's unification. If you go slow, you're breeding the culture of what we are seeing in East Africa. We have moved from the push for a firm federation to a confederation. One is neat integration, the other is just meeting for coffee and tea and honey, and then you go back home to your own territorial spaces. So at least I can see that the evidence historically sometimes is on my side, although I don't have the oratory of Professor P.K. Lumumba. Now today, we are here again addressing the subject of culture. Fortunately, we begin by agreeing on many, many things that have been raised. And one of those which touched me clearly was, if outsiders tell us that our cultures are backward, they're primitive, why are they stealing our cultures? I have been to Europe, and I have seen our own products, artifacts, including the surgeon's knife, which was used in Bunyoro in the year 1879 to carry out that iconic cesarean section. Now, this cesarean section in Bunyoro is critical for several reasons, but one of the outstanding ones is, by the way, Caesar did not begin with Bunyoro as an academic. I'm under obligation to correct that Caesar was named after Julius Caesar, who lived around 46 years before the current era. So it happens before Bunyoro Kitara's time. So, but the point is that at the time we are discussing, 1879, cesarean sections in the Roman Empire would kill the mother and save the child. Caesarean sections in Europe, advanced Europe, would kill the mother and save the child. In Bunyoro, it is significant because we are able to save the mother and the child. And that is the achievement of Bunyoro Kitara. Very significant because it happens at a time when Europe was saying, look, cesarean section is not worth our effort. Don't even bother. That the surgeon's knife of Bunyoro was stolen. Sir, we must fight to reclaim what's ours. And the surgeon's knife, that surgery is the symbol of the holistic nature of innovation in Bunyoro Kitara and of culture. Because at the beginning of the ritual, there were incarnations, which is speaking to the divine. The divine takeover. At the beginning of the ritual, our surgeon used wine which had brewed for over 8 days. When you brew first-class wine, sir, you have forgotten, you actually get high-quality wine, full of alcohol. We learned during COVID that alcohol can be medicinal, even for Pentecostals, even for Muslims. We were all using it. The Bunyoro knew before you and I. The Bunyoro sanitized their hands using locally brewed tonto, the local brew, banana wine, but brewed specifically from first-class wine. And so we see the integration of religion, the integration of culture, the integration of iron and metallurgy, because you're using a surgeon's knife, the integration of ritual practice, and you are seeing a very successful surgical operation. This leads me to the summary of my initial submission. Namely that culture, as Professor Pique has pointed out, is multidimensional. He has raised, but I just want to emphasize that when we talk culture, we land into the space of modernization theory. In modernization theory, the assumption is that if you are not Western, you are backward. That to be modern, you must be Western. That poor countries are poor because they are poor. And your poverty is defined in terms of holding onto culture, which is seen as a tool of backwardness. Your backwardness is defined in terms of a culture which deals with cutting the face or mutating the body, as we see among the Pokot girls in Karamoja. So culture was narrowly defined. I'm inviting us to appreciate, and I'm sure Professor Pique would agree with me, that there is a dimension of culture. And this is the view that culture is a social institution. Culture refers to norms, to values, to attitudes that shape human behavior, that shape the idea that you can have cohesion in society. That culture has this positive dimension, which is underemphasized by modernization theory. That actually, even today, as we talk culture, we are talking of a digital culture. The culture of the urban industrial society. The culture of a knowledge society. But, make no mistakes, culture is a mixed blessing. We cannot idolize everything in the name of culture, because there are certain cultural practices that even Kabalega would not agree with today. I'll give 3 examples. First, there was a cultural perception that the girl child is inferior to the boy child. Therefore, if you're taking children to school and there are hardships, and there are usually hardships, take the boy child, leave the girl child behind. I'm happy to note that in Uganda and in Bunyoro Kitara, that culture is changing. Number 2, culturally, we believed in Ubuntu. This Ubuntu has become an African philosophy, which which we are exporting to the world. The idea that whatever you do must be tamed by the perception of what John Mbiti said, I am because we are. And since we are, therefore I am. In other words, individualism, the idea that you pursue your selfish agendas without thoughts of what it does to other people in society. That idea is not for Banyoro, that idea is not African. And so we need to learn from that aspect. But we need to appreciate that we are having a new digital culture where the young generation is saying, Jagala kagwiraho, nkwenda kakugweraho, nkukufuna muki, today. So the perception of many of our young people, and we have a big job, we have to teach our children, the youth, the young generation, that culture they are acquiring is counterproductive. So in short, we need to appreciate that in culture, we have a mixed blessing. Some elements are great and positive, and we must pick them and grow them and use them to promote development. But we also do have negative elements, which we must edit out of our culture as we promote structural, social, and economic transformation. I'm sorry if I've taken too many minutes.
Don't worry. We
Thank
will
you.
definitely be getting back to you. Thank you very much, Professor Kiza. I want to move to Mrs. Barbara Wetera. We're talking about the role of culture in the promotion. Hajat, if you could just help me. Okay, she has a microphone next to her. The role of culture in the promotion of development. And when we're talking about development, health is key. Like they always say, a healthy nation is a wealthy nation. And we know that there is great potential in what many would term as traditional medicine. As I clearly earlier on did ask, during COVID-19, each one of us ran to their backyard to try and find out, do I have a herb? Do I have a spice? Do I have something that I can be able to use? And also there's been a whole lot of discussion, even in Uganda's context, between the Ministry of Health and, the traditional institutions on how to incorporate traditional medicine in modern day, medicine, and how the two can be able to work alongside each other. I want you to delve deeper into that conversation on culture, our traditional medicine, and relating it to the modern day medicine that we do have.
Thank you very much, Mildred. Once again, I'm by the name of Barbara Babwetera Mutambi Aboli, and I also belong to the Bakoransi clan of Bunyoro, and we are the ones that have the totem of the rhinoceros. And we played a great role in the palace as a clan. I'm glad to have Professor Lumumba, that I've always admired and listened to his speeches. My Prime Minister, Byakutaga, we are always and often together talking about development of our cultural institution and where are we at as the Banyoro to contribute to that development. You've talked about something that is very critical that I think also Amoti Kiza has alluded to. The role of traditional medicine, or sometimes called alternative medicine. I don't know alternative to what. That would be a question for us to think through. And alternative to who? Those are some questions I want us to also think about as we are trying to delve deeper into the role of traditional medicine in modern day development. I must say that one thing that made me so proud and happy about during the COVID period was for us to realize the biggest resource that we have for many years abandoned and thought about negatively simply because we are told that traditional medicine or herbal medicine is wrong, is evil, is satanic, while what you get from the European pharmaceuticals is what is holier, is what is more effective, etc. I do not deny the fact that there is a lot of room for us to improve in terms of research, in terms of packaging, in terms of monitoring and looking at the side effects. But what is it that it actually does for us? As I looked around, And as I listened through to the media during the COVID period, when the Western world had said no vaccines for Africa, what we have is a reserve for our own people. Who did we have to turn to? I must say that every family horde went back to its roots. We went back to traditional medicine. We started steaming ourselves. Social media played a big role in terms of information sharing. What we had for so long abandoned and called satanic, even the pastors, I want to assure you, were steaming, despite the fact that we used to say, or they used to say, it is satanic. There was a research that I was trying to look at, where some people had endeavored to do a research on two biggest COVID-19 centers where patients were. That was Nambole and also Mulago National Referral Hospital. One thing that shocked me was that this particular research was terminated prematurely. But what was the reason? They found that over 90% of the patients attested to having used herbal medicine before admission, during admission, and at the time of discharge. But within 2 weeks, the research was terminated simply because most of the patients were discharged. What do we owe that to? When the COVID vaccination was very little, and being vaccinated when you already have the disease, I don't think that was the remedy, but rather the traditional or herbal medicines that they used before admission and during admission. And therefore, my call to every Ugandan, let us not perceive our traditional medicine as satanic, as negative, in preference for only Western medicine, but rather look at what role it plays. It is also said that even over 80% of our people today are still using traditional medicine. Why? Because of the number of challenges that relate to access to health care. If anyone can give me the ratio of one medical doctor in Uganda to the number of patients, how many? 40,000, something like that, per one doctor, as compared to the European countries where it could be one doctor to around 2,000 people. Health centers are difficult to access. So majority of our people are already using traditional medicine, and when we try to look at the definition of development, it is the ability to solve your challenges for the good or the better. So if you can do that at the household level, at wherever you are, isn't that development? Let us think twice. Let us not belittle who we are. And I have also learned that since the COVID period, the number of applications coming into the Uganda National Council of Science and Technology to study our traditional medicine has increased by 200%. What does that tell you? Continue calling our own satanic, fail to invest in it, we are not realizing the economic power that is being built the other side. They take whatever it is, develop it, patent it, bring it back, or sometimes with side effects, because what they will do is to study what chemical component is active, extract it, manufacture it in industries, package it, bring it back, and then we adore what is from out and belittle what is ours. The role of traditional herbal medicine cannot be underrated, and I must say that even in China, I lived there for at least 3 years. The moment you fall sick and go to their hospitals, after diagnosis, they will ask you, would you like traditional medicine or you want Western? Very few of the Chinese actually go to the window of the Western part, simply because they've been made aware of what the good resource they do have and promoting their own. Majority will go to the window of traditional medicine. I think I've tried to say a little bit about the combination and how our traditional herbal medicine is key, and it plays a very big role in the development of our nation. We drop it at our own risk.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Barbara. A round of applause for her. I want to move on to Mrs. Agnes. And this loops into what Professor said about mindset change and looking at socio-economic transformation at the household level. Prof, currently the government is running a program, the Parish Development Model, looking into the socio-economic transformation of the country, but starting at the household level. And we always have this whole thinking of, we say government etuyambe, let the government help us, because every other time we keep calling upon the government to help us, forgetting that there is something that we can be able to do at the household level. And that is what I'd like Mrs. Agnes to loop into on looking at culture drawing into economic development at our household level. We are forgetting what we used to do back in the day to sustain ourselves at the household level, and which would later on be able to trickle down to the greater percentage at the higher level.
Thank you so much. Agnes Kawajuna, as they said, and mwana mtoro, ndi mukazi mubito kati, ninduga toro kingdom. Mpako yange ni nyawadieri. First of all, social economic development starts from a house, and that is the home. How do we link this one to culture? Professor has said that culture is beliefs, our values, our practices, and norms that are set at household level. So if we are going to fight the diseases that have been identified for a long time, which is poverty, hunger, and illiteracy, we begin from the house. At the household is where we identify the mindset, the value and the ethical around work is inculcated to a child from the smallest young age by participating in household chores. So we are not moving into the macro sustainable development agenda without us coming down and see how much are we inculcating into our children. If we are not looking at the issue of valuing, let's say, our production at the household level, we start by making a mat, which mat actually informs designs that are commercialized, that result into broader designs into buildings, into commercialized products that again are sold to us. But we go back to the household. How much can we learn from our traditional crafts, for example? How much can we learn from our traditional production and tools of production that are made within the community? And the power of having production understood into our culture is that it is broadly acceptable by different sectors of public, including women, the youth, and the children. I will give an example of one of the social economic development around music and entertainment. Globally, the bigger percentage of success and development around music and entertainment is influenced by culture. But where do we start? We start by teaching our children, teaching our families, and teaching our communities, because our cultures are full, are musical in nature, are entertainment in nature. And this is what transformed into influencing the music that we promote at the national level, that is promoted at the international level. How much can we make if this goes back to how we orient our sustainable development agenda to influence those small household level that can be grown and that can be developed? If I look at the level of agriculture and look at what we can do in terms of development, food production begins at household level. But food production is cultural. The way it is presented, the way it is grown, the way it is stored. There is a lot that we learn from our cultural that has been done for centuries of years that informs that now that we come in and discuss as sustainable or sustainable development. But what have we done with our natural indigenous seeds? Just like Professor Lumumba has said, we kick them out, we bring modern seeds. I don't know, we are discussing GMOs, and therefore we are tackling those other indigenous seeds that can withstand climate changes, that can withstand the different weather patterns, that is appropriate in terms of nutrition and value, and we devalue it by thinking it is not modern because we want to produce for commercialization. So it goes back. If we are going, for example, to deal with transform our societies in terms of food security, we must go back and draw our steps back into how did we do it in our culture. The granaries at every household, how many do we have today? You will find houses empty. We are no longer focusing on what we did. The production chain itself, which ranges from the women, the children, the members of the household. I know people who promote gender equality, and I'm one of them. We will say women do a lot in labor. It wasn't so in culture. Men did clear fields, did participate in agriculture, and did deliver the food, the production of food in terms of storage, and creating the storage facilities and tools. What changed? So we go back and look at what we did in our culture. There is a lot to learn. That now when we come to talk about food security, about sustainable development goal number 1, fighting poverty, fighting hunger goal number 2, we come back and look at what did we lose at the local level, at the social fabric, societies working together. There is something that we lose because culture in itself was a school. And culture as a school trained its members on how to do certain things. For example, there are different trades. There is carving, there is crafts, there is ironsmith, and there are others that were done at cultural level, but in a very organized manner, in the form of specialization. A carpenter, we are born carpenter and we are attached to spiritual. What does that mean? It meant they had the passion, they had the responsibility to transfer information from one generation to another. And to me, that was social transformation. That was sustainable. That is development. Unless we go back to track those roots and define them the way culture had taught us, then we are missing a point.
Okay.
Because mindset is when we throw out what we knew and try to adopt what is new, and we cannot do it perfectly.
Yeah.
So I think for now, I will leave it at that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Agnes. Takes us back to what we used to do that sustained us as families and communities that we no longer do, and we have to state that statement, government here to Yambe. Well, that is where we start having theft and people having to do all sorts of things because they need food, and there is no food, like Mrs. Agnes has asked at the end of the day. Let me come to Dr. Chalimpa. Professor Lumumba stressed the role of culture, the role of cultural leaders and institutions at the heart of socio-economic transformation. In your own view, Have we done that? If not, how better can we be able to do it? How do we put culture, the institutions, the leaders at the center stage? And I want to take it back a bit to COVID-19, when the government was urging people to go for vaccination, and everyone seemed aloof. Up until a time, for example, when the Kabaka of Buganda, Sabasa, just said, we all need to go for vaccination. You remember how many thousands of people turned up to be vaccinated there. Have we put culture at the center stage if we're talking about the socio-economic transformation?
Thank you very much. Our chief guest, I stand on the previous protocols in the interest of time. Once again, my name is Dr. Paul Chalimpa Amodi, and from the discussion, if you try to get the center, the axis for all these challenges which Professor has mentioned, and what we see as the progress made, we are actually talking about the role of our leaders or leadership. Why in Africa, like other continents and other countries, the leaders have the platform to influence what people believe in. They have the financial resources to allocate and to determine, therefore, what can be done and what cannot be done. Our leaders have the legitimacy of the people. Like traditionally Kabalega, who was both a traditional leader and a political leader, the leadership has even coercive powers to coerce you to accept what even may not be true or correct. They have the power to misinform. Now, what has the Western world done? They have gotten hold of the influential leaders and placed them and financed their positioning in influential positions. In African history, in terms of political socio-economic transformation, political history of Africa, when they talk about assassination of transformational leaders in Africa, you will note this was done with the help of the fellow Africans. You will.
Sorry about that.
I hope there is no white man at the back. If you review the history of the assassination of transformational African leaders who championed independence and who are ready to transform Africa post-independence, you will appreciate that most of them were eliminated with the support and collaboration of fellow Africans. When you kill the seed, you kill the species, the whole species. However, there are a few seeds which had been planted. Today, they are the Lumumbas we see today here. Now, what challenges do we have lie ahead of us. The first one is that we, the people who believe in championing this change or transformation, must be willing to volunteer. The white man, what he has done 4 things. The first one, commercialization of every aspect of our life, to the extent that we work and produce for the white man. We don't add value to our resources. We produce, they dictate what we produce. One of the panelists has indicated that today our crops, traditional crops, such as maize, has been replaced with the new breeds, to the extent that if you plant the modern seeds, you cannot pick a seed from the same plant, from the same maize, to use it for the next season. You must go and buy from another person. That is the dependency. African leaders must work towards eliminating dependency economically. The second one is killing of African traditional values, which are hinged around Ubuntu. Ubuntu is a philosophy that is centered around collective responsibility, where we say that if there is insecurity somewhere, there is insecurity everywhere. If my neighbor is insecure, I'm also insecure. Today, it is my neighbor, tomorrow it is me. Now, they have divided us, and each one of us is working for our own self. We are not working as a team. We don't care about our neighbors. That divides us. When you talk about religion, which Professor has mentioned, okay, you find people are believing in Jesus Christ, but they say, me I'm a Catholic, me I'm a Protestant. But all of them are talking about the same God, the same Jesus. As Africans, what can't we see far that this is keeping us in division as the Europeans move ahead? Can we control this? So I'm thinking, or in my view, that leadership has to step up, and cultural leaders have to be a preserve and models for our cultural beliefs, our cultural norms. They have to champion and mobilize people to be economically productive, to avoid over-dependency on the Europeans, and have to mobilize people so that you are united towards a common goal, and all the resources they control, they should use them to champion humanity, unity, and self-dependency. And all this is the job of African leaders. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The role, the spirit of Ubuntu, which is very key. Madam Hajara, I'm coming to you, especially from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, which I call the ministry of everyone, because somehow, somewhere, you're either young or old, you're either working or not working, so you're placed in that ministry. Where is the role, where is the place of culture? I know we have a Ministry of Culture, which is placed under, but where is its role? Because like Professor said, there needs to be an enhanced role of these cultural leaders, the cultural institutions, or are we only keeping them for the recognition and for scoring the political points that come out of saying, yes, we have the cultural institutions restored and we have them running in the country?
Thank you very much to Haise. Yes, our chief guest, our Honorable Prime Minister, my colleague discussants, members of Parliament in the room, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, my name is Hajat Hajara Nalubega. Yes, ndi mchala Muganda naye nga mama wange mchala Mtoro, so I have both. Mtoro msitakati mpako yange ni Waboli. Okay. Yes, I am a principal culture officer in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and thank you very much, Kabalega Foundation and everyone for this very important opportunity for us to discuss culture in development. Yes, the ministry the department is doing quite some work in relation to promoting culture in this country. First of all, in terms of policy and other regulatory framework that help to put an enabling environment for us to be able to promote culture in this country. But before I even go to the policies, already our Constitution, 1995, has already provided enough environment for us to be able to practice, promote, and preserve our culture. And it recognizes that we have over 65 diverse communities, but we are all living in harmony. So our role as a ministry is to ensure that we work together with other institutions, including the cultural institutions, civil society organizations like the Cross Cultural Foundation of Uganda, among others, to ensure that we promote and thrive culture in Uganda. Yes, we are working, first of all, on the policy environment. We have a national culture policy that we are currently reviewing, but it was of 2006, and we work together with our other autonomous bodies, the National Culture Center, and the cultural institutions, and the district local governments, where we have the Department of Community Development with our culture officers who mobilize communities towards promoting culture in their districts and communities. So at national level, we are doing policy implementation as well as review and other aspects in that environment. We also have the Institution of Cultural and Traditional Leaders Act, within which we operate to promote and work and relate with our cultural institutions. At the moment, we have about 17 gazetted cultural institutions, including the mighty Bunyoro Kingdom, with whom we work to promote government programs within the communities. We work closely with the cultural institutions, with support from both government and development partners, UNICEF and UNFPA, among others, that help us to reach the communities. We empower the cultural institutions together with the cultural leaders to be able to raise awareness in their communities, but also carry out community dialogues within their structures. You will all recognize the fact that the cultural institutions have very strong structures that are already built and that are reached from national level or kingdom level up to the village level. So we reach out to them and they are able to trickle down good practices within their communities. Many of the gazetted cultural institutions have come out clearly and made pronouncements upon which they are operating, and we have supported them to come out clearly with those pronouncements, make them known and popular in their communities so that they are able to promote culture and good practices within their communities. Actually, in those pronouncements, they have clearly pronounced themselves, especially against the negative cultural practices that have been strongly to by many of the speakers. And we acknowledge the fact that they still exist, but we all know that they hinder development. And so the cultural institutions, together with the existing structures, have worked strongly within their institutions to ensure that they pronounce themselves against the negative practices, the likes of female genital mutilation, gender-based violence, among others. So Mildred, that is exactly what we are doing, but I must say that for us as government alone and as the Ministry of Gender, the Department of Culture and Family Affairs, we are not doing it alone and we can't do it alone.
Okay.
That's why we want to appreciate the likes of Cross Cultural Foundation of Uganda and the other civil society organizations that have come out clearly to promote culture in this country. We all know that culture in this country does not take a priority in as far as funding is concerned. Many times, they will tell you the roads are blocked, the schools are closing down, the health facilities do not have drugs, and so they will not, first of all, come out very fast to give priority to culture, especially to do with funding, to enable us to reach down to the cultural institutions, also be able to promote our culture within our communities. But I must also appreciate the role of other government agencies like the Ministry of Education, where our culture is given priority, especially in education, right from the homes. She has already alluded, but it also then trickles down to primary education, where our languages under the thematic curriculum are given priority. Then when it comes to, again, upper, you'll find that many schools are teaching Kiswahili, where we find our language is still strong, doing a lot to promote culture. I must say that we still need concerted efforts to ensure that culture is at the center of development in Uganda.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Hajat Hajara. And as she talks about concerted effort, I totally agree that that concerted effort includes you and I, who think speaking English to your children is the only ultimate. Your children don't know your language, your own language, their mothers or fathers' language, but they can speak English fluently, and we think that that should be the in thing. It is a challenge to us. Because if your child cannot be able to speak your own language, comprehension becomes a little bit harder, because it's easier to comprehend from mother language to English. It's easier to translate because our traditions, our cultures, our languages are richer in terms of diversity of words and expression than it is in English. Let me get to Owektinisa Isaac, and particularly having written the book about the life and legacy of Inaugural Kabalega, Owektinisa, if you're able to listen to me pretty much. Documentation is one aspect that we seem to be putting aside, because I am here thinking maybe 50 years down the road, most of us here may not be alive. Who will live to tell that story? Or what do we leave behind to be able to depict the story, the zeal that we are having today talking about culture in the next 50 years? And so I'd like you to speak to the role of documentation and why you particularly as well decided to pick up that pen and start jotting down whatever is in that book. Over to you, Owektinisa. Prof, if we could pass the microphone, the yellow microphone to cover. Okay.
Mildred, thanks a lot. Once again, my name is Isaac Kalembe Akik. I am the author of this book. It took me 8 years. Ooh. I would encourage you to read it. It's about today's topic, Inaugural Kabalega, A Life and Legacy, 1853 to 1923. You are going to find a lot of information that you didn't know. I'm the outgoing Omutalindwa, that's the Speaker of the Rukurato, that's the Parliament of Inaugural Kingdom. I'm a professional journalist. I'm zealous about Bunyoro, about Kabalega, and I'm a prolific writer. This is one of the many books that I have written. Many others are in the pipeline. Documenting history and culture is very important because we have lost a lot. And the people who knew our culture, our history are long gone. So there is a fear that we are going to be assimilated as the French try to do in West Africa, as the British also try to do indirectly here, because our chief guest pointed out, that I think we are white men. Look at what we are using. English.
Yeah.
We can't use Nyoro. We can't even use Swahili. But there is a ray of hope. Recently, I was having a conversation with Dr. Anne Kamya. I don't know if she's here. Dr. Kamya? She's not. She's an architecture, an engineer, architecture engineer. But surprisingly, she has a PhD in archaeology. So when I was interacting with him, he mentioned something which I'm yet to prove. That knowledge, indigenous knowledge, cannot be lost anyhow. That it is like knowledge and information is like our DNA. That even after 7 generations, you can recall or you can get, I don't know how it happens, somehow, somewhere you can get like obsessed and you recall what happened in the past. But that's not enough. What we should do is less write. You don't have to be a journalist like me. You don't have to be obsessed with writing and reading like me, but try to put pen to paper what you are experiencing. Even if it is a mere thought, even if it is like today, if you write it down in your diary or a journal. I know most people are lazy at writing, they can't keep a journal, but they can keep a diary. That I attended Monday, December the 18th, 2023, I attended the memorial lecture of Kabalega. That is history. Imagine someone who will be reading your diary 50 years down the road. That will be history. And maybe much as our colonizers, our colonial masters were bad, there are some aspects that we can emulate. One of them is writing. It was a policy, especially the British, that every public officer, maybe a medical doctor, or even a clerk, military officers, they had to make daily entries. And their superiors would supervise them at the end of the week. You make monthly submissions, annual submissions. These are the books that we are reading. But for us, we didn't. And it has been said that Bunyoro, and like many other societies, didn't have a form of writing. Surprisingly, we did. Recently, I landed upon an article by Professor Shane Dole. He has written extensively about Bunyoro. He's a professor of history, Cambridge University. The article that he wrote, this is just an abstract, but the title is The Language of Flowers, Knowledge, Power, and Ecology in Pre-Colonial Bunyoro. He wrote this article in 2003. Just Google and read it, you'll find how interesting it is. The form of writing that Bunyoro had was the use of flowers, floral language, but it was elitist. It was only used by the kings, by the royal family, and maybe somehow members of the middle class, the Bahuma. And Kabalega, he gives an example of how Kabalega used it. Although it is a diabolic example, but it serves the purpose that you can use flowers to communicate. Kabalega did send a message to Princess Kiboga, who was a Mubitokati, a member of the ruling family of Bunyoro, but married in Ankole. She was the wife of the Mugabe of Ankole. This was after the conquest of Toro in 1876. And when Kabalega, the first foreign policy of Kabalega after coming to the throne in 1870 was to bring back Toro, which had rebelled and or seceded in 1830. And 40 years had elapsed after the secession of Toro when Kabalega came to power, to the throne in 1870. And he sent a messenger with flowers to Princess Kiboga with a secret message. This form of writing or of communication was coded. You had to know, to be well versed in that form of communication to get the message. What was the message? Round up all those members of the Toro royal family so that they don't bring us trouble in the future and we exterminate them. Only Princess Kiboga understood that message. This is a messenger, someone from Hoima traveling to Ankole with flowers, an arrangement of flowers in a powerful, authoritative communication. And indeed, Princess Kiboga obliged and rounded up all the members of the Toro royal family who had run away from Toro. And it so happened that only one, Prince Kasagama, who had gone for a short call, survived. And he did flee to Buganda and stayed in Busoga until Captain Lugard found him there and took him back to Toro in 1891 and installed him on the throne of Toro. But the important thing is that we should not be lax in writing. I do encourage, now we have social media. Let's take advantage of what we have. Writing has become simpler. Let's put our ideas and our thoughts in writing, and in that way we are going to preserve our culture, we are going to preserve our history. I don't know, Mildred, if I have answered your question, because I tend to talk a lot and I have a lot.
I know, I'm a fellow journalist, so I understand.
Yes.
When journalists are given a mic.
But at the end of it all, please buy this book. It is value for money. You will not regret.
Thank
the
you.
copies are there. And it is available on Amazon if you can't, if you want to read using a Kindle or any form of communication. Thank you very much. I remain Isaac Kalembe, the outgoing Omtalindwa, or Speaker of the Court of New York Kingdom, and the author of this book.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. And Owektini, while you were talking about flowers, people here remember flowers on Valentine's Day. That is the time that they get to pay a lot of attention to flowers. But ladies and gentlemen, like I say, this is going to be an interactive session. So I'm going to request to have two volunteers and have the microphone move. Time is really fast spent, and I know I'd like to come back to the panel as well. But I am going to ask if you have a burning question or if you have a supplement to make, but we'll be making those in under a minute, each one of us. So I will have about, okay, I know that I already have hands up, but let me just get two microphones. Okay, so I have a hand right there, right behind, because it came up right behind Solomon, right behind here. That was the first hand up. The gentleman right there in a checkered jacket. And then we will be able to move to the opposite side, right at the front here. This is another hand I didn't see much earlier on. Please, let's make it as brief. Tell us your name. Feel free to let us know of your portfolio and then ask your question or your supplement. Let me have that Solomon right at the front, next to Honorable Cecilia. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. No protocols to talk about. I'm Yamkama James. I'm the Executive Director of Jane Goodall Institute, Uganda. And I'm here to represent coexistence between nature, the people, and the environment we share. And it's glad to hear that culture represents the norms and values, and that's where coexistence is. And I was wondering how all this fits together, because we say medicine from our herbs. We say the totems, plants and animals. We sing all this every day. We get down on the ground, the chimpanzees are killed because their forests are destroyed, and our livelihoods are embedded with it. So, are we here to sing a song? Are we here to change? Thank you very much.
Very good question, and I know that's one of the aspects that one of our panelists was meant to answer, and we'll be getting back. Yes, we have a microphone, please, sir. Go right ahead with a microphone. And I will pass over that to, I think at the table of Professor Ndebesa, right there, there is a question and one next to him, right next to him.
Thank you, Mildred. I think I'll take slightly more than a minute. I'm Honorable William Kwemara Ngabu, Deputy Prime Minister, Toro Kingdom. Some of my credentials, I also come from the academic. Professor Kiza was my mentor at Makere when I was also teaching there.
Okay.
But also, I'm also a retired politician, Honorable Cecilia Ogwal, Honorable Princess Kabakumba Masiko, I've seen her here. Those were my mentors in the 9th Parliament.
Oh.
So now I'm with Toro Kingdom. I want to thank my girls. Sorry when I say my girls, I'm your Prime Minister. Adieri Kabajungu, thank you so much. I'm happy for your presentation. And Demusita Kati, thank you so much for representing Toro Kingdom. I want to thank Professor Lumumba. I have always watched you on YouTube everywhere. Now I'm interacting with you physically. I'm really honored. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I want to thank the Kabalega Foundation. You know, we have got an umbilical cord together with Bunyoro Toro. As Omtalindwa was saying, in 1822, we ran away from Bunyoro, 1822, 1830 there, and we were incorporated back into Bunyoro in 1880 for 11 years. Possibly that was some form of integration at that time. Until 1891, when we were helped by Captain Lugard to establish Toro. We have no grudges. Those were brothers fighting. And possibly you are teaching us one thing, that at some point in the future, we should also have the Omukama Kasagama Memorial Lecture. I'm here to learn, absolutely, and we shall invite you. When we come to the role of culture in development, the culture is so broad, Mildred.
Yeah, sure.
But I've picked just only two or three things. There is indigenous knowledge systems, there is language, belief systems, art, music, dance, etc. But I want to comment on just 2 or 3 for purposes of time.
In the next 30 seconds.
Yes.
Okay.
On language. You know, why most of us lost science in school? It's because of language. If math and physics was taught in our local languages, all of us would be good engineers. But if you go back and you remember how you are being taught a simple concept like gradient, how you have moved horizontally and vertically, They tell you DYDX, and and you get lost because it is in English. And now we are talking about teaching in the mother tongue in the formative ages. It is because learning is social by nature. That's why the fellow child of Luwero could not learn, because he did not have the people to interact with and get the culture. So that one we must emphasize. Even when we are talking of curriculum reform, it is still centered around culture. Yeah. HIV/AIDS is resurging now in Fort Portal, in Imbarara, and in Uganda. And it's not that people don't know, but the new drivers of HIV/AIDS now are centered around culture. There is a lot that we have dropped. I've just seen an advert in Fort Portal. They want Quepcha on Christmas. And you know what Quepcha will bring at the end of the day? So many infections. So those are the things that we need also to address. Okay. Lastly, I want to agree that we need to write. I've told you I'm also an author. I've written a book, the little time I've been in Toro Kingdom, an illustrated history of Toro Kingdom. And we are writing quite a lot simply because our history, our culture is disappearing. It's not documented. It's distorted on the internet. We don't have the facts. I'll buy you a book. Thank you. I'm suggesting that we also form a heritage research institute, Bunyoro and Toro. Thank you so much.
Okay. I will annex Busoga because they're also grandchildren at that. Yes, there is a microphone. Yes, there is a microphone. You can pass on the next one to Prof's neighbor. Go ahead, Mr. Ndebesa.
I hope this one is working. Thank you, and all protocol observed. I wanted to make two observations. One is that development discussion out there has left out political development largely. And I wanted to say that one of the legacies that we can learn from Kabalega was management of diversity. That Kabalega's strengths lay in management of diversity. That is what he had that his predecessors didn't have, the Kamratsis. He managed how to manage diversity of the Banyoro indigenous, the Bachope, and the Bagungu. And that's the lesson we can learn in Africa if we have to forge ahead, because we have diversities everywhere, and we need how to learn how to manage diversity. Two, and last observation I wanted to make is that Africans cannot afford to live in the African Museum.
That is not an African. That is not the work of an African, please. Let's have your neighbor pass on the microphone, please.
Just quickly.
Yes.
All societies have developed through adapting, customizing. There is no society that has developed without adopting and adapting. And therefore, the central discussion we should have, in my opinion, is that we should seek ways and means of how to adapt, customize global cultures, global technology, and graft it onto our own indigenous technologies, like the Japanese have done, like the Tigers have done. We need to learn how to adopt and customize other cultures, other technologies onto ours. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I have two hands at the extreme back, and then we'll get moving. Let me have the mic. Please go ahead, Solomon. Please.
Thank you so much.
Move to the back. Go
Mildred,
ahead. Yes.
Banyeta Busobozi Godfrey at Woki. I'm a teacher. Thank you, Prof. In your presentation, you said, how can we leverage on the spirit of Omukama Kabalega? Now, I have listened keenly from the start and where we are now. If we are looking at the role of culture in promotion of development, by the time the Europeans came here, we had the culture of disposing of scientifically the state of matter, solid, liquid, and gases. And here I'm referring to the riches which we have, where the origin of banking came from, which we call the banks. If you are very keen, you realize that most of the banks we have here are foreign banks, where these guys target and they steal us. We knew that culturally we would dig a hole and go ease ourselves, specifically use a particular plant to clean ourselves, and then cover, and then add fertilizer in the soil. We eat, deposit, produce, eat, and then we have the cycle complete. Today, they changed the formula. National Water and Sewerage Corporation, these guys just sit there, they pick the NPK, send out, and then we import fertilizer. Their whole money is stored here in the soil. Now we are putting here buildings, and you have a bank building, and we are very good at talking. We talk. We are very good talkers. Action is a problem. How do we move from here such that we can have the farmers' bank? Following that indigenous knowledge, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I have someone at the bank there.
Thank you so much. Gabriel Tumwine, Aboki.
Yes.
Professor, thank you so much. Professor Patrick Lumumba. If I wasn't married, I would say that as a child, take me along with you. But it is so interesting that all what we say when we are old, I have come to understand with my 40 years of existence that I leverage on certain things that I adopted, if not I learned, when I was a little boy. And I've come to realize that me to become a doctor, it all started when I went to that primary one. And we have forgotten that culture is instilled or built when some persons are too young. And we have forgotten the younger generation or the younger children so that we can be in a position to build from there. I've read and felt so passionate about Israelites, even during the whatever is happening today, how they called upon their own people to go back and fight. It was simply because they instilled their abilities and capabilities right away from the childhood. For me, moving forward, looking back in time, when I was growing up with granaries and other chiefs coming in and other particular things and folk songs vis-a-vis the stories they used to tell us relating to our kingdom, relating to our chiefs, relating to our mentors, these are the things that build the people. We shall talk, walk, do whatever we can. But I've found out that there are certain things you can predict right, that even tomorrow they will exist. Being a child and being taught the culture, you grow in it, and you will always value it when you grow. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Even the Bible talks about that you train up a child, and if they grow in that way, they will not. There is a hand at the extreme back, Solomon, immediately after.
Can I just...
Yeah, although there was a coup on that microphone around that table. But please go ahead for a minute.
I have survived several coups because I got the microphone earlier, but it has, people have been hijacking the time. I'm called John Kintu. I'm Moti. I'm a lecturer in Kyambogo University, although you introduced me as from Kyambogo, but I'm from Makerere, I'm from Kyambogo. The point I want to emphasize is on language. When you talk of development, any development you hear about in the world, the key factor is a language as an aspect of culture. The Japanese, the Chinese, these are countries which have actually developed in the recent past. And I understand countries like South Korea were at our level not too long ago, but they have advanced. But us, one big challenge that has kept us behind is language. we ignore. I liked what Professor Lumumba mentioned. You'll find people arguing that we have Baganda, we have Banyankore, we have Bakiga, we have... Which of those shall we adopt? And as you rightly put it, what's wrong with the picking what is in another aspect and we work with it? What's wrong with promoting what we have? So I'm a promoter of Runyoro Toro. And I've done this a lot, and I've got a medal for it from the kingdom. But when you go to people, they say, no, what business do I have with Runyoro or Toro? So language is a key factor which we should not ignore.
Okay.
The other thing I want to talk about has been talked about, so I can leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I have a microphone right at the back.
Just
Let me
before,
first get...
Sorry to interrupt you.
Okay, just as a minute, I go to this side because I've had enough, quite a lot this side. Please go ahead and we'll move to this side.
Thank you very much. The name is Ategeka James Amot, student of law at UCU. Well, apparently, the reason as to why I would love to put out this is that for us to accept our cultures, the whole point is that we are in an environment that is changing. Yes? And the fact that if you don't accept change, the change will change you in a horrible way. So better is that you look for ways of adopting in the change, but still maintaining your culture. Literally, just as you look into the Constitution, it will show you out that a culture that is ultra-vires with the Constitution, it has to be adopted in a way that is going to sit within the rest of the Constitution. So simply is, just as where we live, I personally had to buy this kind of bar because it had an African print on it, you feel? So the point is, you have to adopt the change, but maintaining the culture.
Exactly. Thank you. I think that makes a very strong point, especially in the changing times. So I have a mic there. Can I move one mic to this gentleman here? And Honorable Cecilia as well was having her hand up. So please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. My name's Walugembe Oscar Sona. In 1909, 4 kings met and took a photograph. And these kings included our king of Buganda, Bunyoro, Toro, and Ankole. I've looked all over internet to find when we last had a similar photo. It's 113 years. Have we progressed or have we gone back behind? Because just imagine if we had that photograph of our kings today, how much could we commercialize this photo? I would love to have that photo in my house. I hope my neighbor would love to have it, because reality is culture is money. So we need to commercialize the culture. If we don't have the money, we are not going to go anywhere. Professor Lumumba mentioned something about intellectual property. In Germany, the Chancellor of Germany, much of his office is the Lubugo, which is the back cloth. But how much are we getting from our traditional knowledge and traditional culture expression? I've seen the Runyege being performed there. I want to know more about the Runyege. Why do you swing or play your hands the way you do and your feet? That's the rhythm and reason. If we don't know this, we are not going to get much out of our culture. Intellectual property, traditional knowledge, and traditional culture expressions is very, very important. If we don't protect it, we are going to lose it. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Haise. Name's Joseph Serugo Atwoki. If you are from Bunyoro, you would know which part of Bunyoro I come from with that name. And it is also it was a cultural domination that caused that. I have books I have written in Runyoro and English, but I'm disappointed by the Banyoro because they don't read. They don't want to read. Not because I've written badly, because others, the few who have read them, praise them. So it means there is a problem. And I would like to point out to the teachers, if our teachers are not reading, the whole society is gone, because nobody will encourage the children to read. I'm a conservationist. I'm a recent first run-up for the African Conservation Award, and I have my certificate here. The point I wanted to Professor PLO, who is my icon, who I really follow very much, in governance in Africa, we have problems. The main problem being Uganda, but I'll leave them. You go to Gambia, you hear Yaya Jammeh went with fleets of 300 vehicles and so on. Recent in Gabon, you had the coup was internal, family issue to protect the, and so there is no change actually. Go to Sudan, they are fighting. They are destroying everything in the name of Islam. You hear Swaziland, the king is overall. It's now Swatini, not Swaziland anymore. So what are we going to do with the nepotism? Because once a leader is there, you hear he has acquired properties. He has properties in France, Belgium, and so on. And yet here, we are living, we are swimming in poverty. Thank you very much, Professor.
Right. Thank you very much. Let me get to to Honorable Cecilia Ogwal. You have the microphone. And for this round, you will allow me to first end there because of time. When we get any other time, we could be able to. Someone help Honorable Cecilia with the microphone on. I hope no one is sabotaging the microphones because we are... Okay, go ahead.
It's the right color. It's black and red.
UPC, right? We're only missing a blue on that.
Moderator, it's very unfortunate I did not go through the full presentation of the keynote speaker, but I was able to catch up with a few information which is very captivating. I just want to make one comment. I have nothing to add to what has been given by the experts, but I just want to add one concern which is bothering me. First of all, where can a Ugandan who wants to learn about the culture of Uganda get the books? Where do I get the literature? Where would our students, we are talking about the love for your culture. Where do I get it? I think this is one challenge for the government, for parliament, for all these agencies which are trying to help us. All these things we are talking about are good, but unless we make it a reality, it's useless. I happen to have been a member of Pan-African Parliament. And when you talk of Africa is characterized by violence and whatnot, I had the courage of asking a stupid question one day in Parliament. I asked, where did this culture of violence start from? I want to know the origin. And if you ask yourself, you are an African, where did we inherit this culture of violence, killing each other, killing your brother to take over power? Where did we get it? We inherited it from the colonial masters. The brutality that they used to take over Africa, to balkanize Africa, is what probably has made us to copy. Because I've tried to read bits and pieces about Africa. I've not found where Africa was so bloody. And if it was, nobody would have wanted to come here anyway. So I think that's one challenge we need to focus on. All these things are good. And I want to ask the Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of Culture. For us to change, I need to look at your curriculum. What are we teaching our children? Because that's where it starts from. Inculcation of the love of my culture. I must inculcate it in a child so that it grows with it. You cannot blame anyone to have a mother who is a lango like me, a father who is a lango like my Mr. Smart, but the children are speaking English. You can't blame us. Because the colonial masters taught us that if you speak English, you are above those who speak local languages. That's how we were rating ourselves socially. So, moderator, I just want to leave you with one message. I want to find out maybe from Professor Lumumba, who inspired Kwame Nkrumah to feel the pain of Africa. Who inspired him? I just want to learn from you because I'm also a student of political science. Who inspired these people? Who inspired the people we call the founders of the African continent? Who inspired them? I think we need to find out. And we could take off from there so that we could learn from them and probably make our society better. But for me, I'm very happy that today I've seen the Banyoro gathered here. Every time when I stand in parliament, abuse them, I say, you Banyoro and Baganda, you're all stupid because you do not know that until Kabalega and Kabaka Mwanga and Chief Awich and the Lango commander, Owinyakulu, were dislodged from my own district. There was no Uganda. So Tokolo is the birthplace of the nation we call Uganda. And if it had not been Kabalega and Mwanga, Chief Awich, and Owinyakulu, there would have been no united Uganda. And nobody wants to talk about it. If the Banyora are quiet, the Baganda are quiet, the Choli are quiet. I'm the only helpless now trying to talk. To get people to understand. I've asked some of these Baganda, what does Kololo mean? They don't know. Because that's a Luo word. And it's Chief of which who named Kololo, Kololo. I've asked this Baganda, what does Naguru mean? They don't know. Because there's a Luo word by Chief Awit, who was tormented by the colonial masters because of his hardness to defend the rights of the people. You could not have slave trade in the north. You could not have any nonsense when the Banyoro and the Baganda's king were in Tokolo. They were being defended by the Langi and the Churi. The Baganda were not there. The Banyoro were not there. So let us talk about our history. When you talk about nationalism, where did it come from? Who inspired Kabalega to become a national? Who inspired him? Who inspired Kabaka Mwanga, for example? These two were rivals. They were fighting each other. But for the sake of the common enemy, called the British colonial masters, for the sake of making Uganda a safe place for them to live in, they came together, buried their differences, and fought up to the last. This is a very rich history that no Ugandan would want to forget. And you intellectuals, you talk about the good thing, good English, you forget these ugly words. They're very important for us. For me, that's what I want to read.
Okay.
So I want to challenge the leaders who are here. In fact, it's good for you, it's good for me also to share this with you. I have been struggling to have Kabalega celebrated in Parliament by having a motion moved in Parliament before all this thing came to be. Except that being such a high-profile thing, I had to consult here, consult there, Now consultation has gone in from weeks to months. But I still believe, despite what has happened, we are going to definitely have a motion, and I'm glad my daughter from Hoima is here, will move a motion in Parliament to celebrate this great man. This is the father of Uganda. We cannot deny that. We cannot deny that. These are the people who have given us what we now are so proud of and fighting for. We are fighting for nothing. The owners of this land called Uganda are these Kabalegas. We should honor them while we are still alive. I want to bless you and thank you, but I'm a proud Lango. You know where to find me.
Dokolo.
Rokamano, Rokamano, our keynote speaker, and send our greetings to our fellow Baluo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Cecilia Ogwal, and I think you mentioned it all as it is supposed to be. We need to wrap up our panel, so I'm going to give a minute each or two to our panelists to give their parting shots on some of the issues they feel may not have been tackled as much. And I want to start from the extreme end with Owektinisa Isaac Kalembe to give us your parting shots and any other aspects you think probably were not tackled as much. Okay, maybe then we could, okay, let's just have the microphone move. Oh, there's one close by.
Thank you, Mildred. As I told you, I'm a journalist. I tend to talk a lot. I've been tickled by Honorable Cecilia Ogwal. Thanks a lot for your observation and the suggestions. I'd like to begin by a simple lesson in history that in a traditional Bunyoro society, there is no Lango or Ajoli. The most sacred region or county in the Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom was Bukidi, which the British named Lango. Bukidi originating from the word Lakidi, who was the local chief, who was the father of Nyatwor. They were of the Wakonga clan, the Ngabi clan. She's the one who gave birth to the Babito. So during Kabalega's reign, he divided the Bunyoro into 28 counties. And each county had a county chief, except only one county, that is Bukidi, which he ruled personally. He could not denigrate the origin of the Babito by appointing a chief. 2, he established the biggest market in the Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom in Lango. My great-grandfather was a long distance trader who would sell salt in that market from Kibiro, Lake Mwitanzige. So I've liked your points, but I just wanted to make that correction. Well, I think let me leave the others also to answer.
Oh yeah, and you can make your parting shots. Just
my parting shot is, Kabalega is a larger than life character. Kabalega, I don't want to use the word demigod, was God sent. He's a blessing. He's a hero. In political science, we are told that a hero overshadows the entire society for at least 100 years. And people have been asking, why is it that we are always talking of Kabalega, yet there were very many kings in the Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom. Before and after, all of them were overshadowed by him. But the point is, now, on the 6th of March, we commemorated 100 years of the death of Kabalega. Now it's high time for another hero to emerge on the scene of Bunyoro, on the scene of Uganda, on the scene of the intercaste region, on the African scene. I don't want to say that Kabalega was a Bunyoro nationalist. Yes, he was. But Bunyoro is too small. Maybe of the Great Lakes region, too small. He was one of the fathers of African nationalism. Can we get another Kabalega? In my book, I've talked about his legacy. Chapter 10, I've dedicated it to his legacy. Ekirale, that's the Kinyoro word we use. What we remember Kabalega for, and maybe the challenge is, what will you be remembered for when you are long gone?
Thank you.
It is not the money, it is not the power and influence, but work for your society. Leave a legacy, work for posterity. That's my package.
Thank you very much, and you crown it off very, very well. Let us not struggle speaking about you, especially at your funeral service. Okay, Mrs. Kawajuni, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I think I conclude by saying that social economic development is not rocket science. It's something that we live with. The words may be different, but we need to go back and draw from what we know. Some contributors from the public raised something about localization. And I think that is the right word, localization development, to pick up what we already have in our society through our cultures, and then commercialize it, market it to the extent that it is sustainable, and it is meaningful, and it brings the development we want. Because we have the communities, we have our cultures, but what is happening is that we are not documenting, we are not helping the culture understand that within us there is a strength that can contribute to sustainable development. And if we do that, we can go back and address the socio-economic problems our communities are facing today, because we have the solutions are from within.
Thank you very much. Professor Kiza, as you do your parting shots as well, you would want to take off a minute to contextualize the legacy of Kabalega and what we've picked actually, because if we look at the issue of the security aspects of the kingdom, there is a lot that has been picked in modern day society, as well as his assertiveness.
Okay, thank you very much, Mildred. Thank you very much, senior colleagues. I think we would need a lot of time, maybe a full day's meeting, to discuss the different aspects of the Kabalega legacy. Now, as I'm being asked to give parting shots, I'm being asked also to contextualize. Let me begin by correcting some misstatements. Kabalega was not a traditional ruler, not a traditional leader. Kabalega was a head of state of the kingdom of Bunyoro Kitara. Kabalega was not just political head of state. He was also a field marshal, an army commander. He was a leader of the clans, a nation builder, an empire builder. Yes, Professor Mwambusha is raising an important point. He managed diversity. But I had prepared a PowerPoint, one slide. I wanted to show people that Kabalega's aim was to reclaim the empire of the Chwez dynasty, which spread across to DRC in the Ituri region, which spread, of course, covering. There was no Buganda in the 15th century. Sorry, my friends, the Baganda. You are our people. The Kabalega would say, the Baganda are my people. Because there was Muhwahwa as a county of Bunyoro. The first king of Buganda was Kato, young brother to the senior, the elder, Isingo Mausaid in Bunyoro. So the Baganda are our people. But Kabalega went beyond Karokarunji, Nkore, where I get this beautiful angel. Karokarunji, I went to Karokarunji because they are beautiful girls, they are also cows. But Kabalega went among the Bahaya. The Bahaya are our people. You know Banchekecha? Yes? Saida Karoli. Kabalega goes to Busoga. Kabalega goes to this place called Bukidi. You are our people. Kabalega goes, you know, the Lugo, Raila Odinga. One time, let me give you a quick joke. One time there was this campaign between Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta. And I was in Nairobi. And I joked among the Kenyans. I said, my friends, I am glad to see that it is the grandchild of Kabalega competing against another Ugandan called Raila Odinga. These are our people. So the point is that Kabalega did not just manage diversity. Kabalega promoted the culture of empire building, of nation building, of inclusivity, of the idea that it is not the shape of your nose, it is not your height, it is not your gender that counts. It is who you are. Kabalega was also very strong in building institutions. We talk of a Kitara, and many of the young people don't appreciate. Kitara has two major meanings. One of them is the shield for defense. But the second, shield for defense, for combat. But the other is actually storing food, the granary. This, during Kabalega's time, we had a comprehensive security strategy which emphasized household food security. But the household had to have 3 granaries. One for household use, one for the chief, because the chief had to authorize you to use it if there was a famine. But the third one would be surrendered to the state of Bunyoro Kitara. The idea was to create underground food stores, the food silos. Now, we are talking of the sovereign state of Uganda with no food silos, no food stores. For all the degrees the people in power have in this country, across Africa, you hardly have countries with food stores. Kabalega, without a Cambridge University degree, without Oxford or MIT, was able to say that food security is extremely important. Underground stores. But Kabalega did not stop there. Kabalega builds a powerful army, Abarusura. Kabalega was also a center of encouragement, royal encouragement for metallurgy, iron metallurgy. Without studying geology, without studying a Cambridge University degree in math and science, Kabalega promotes innovation. Okay. And when we look at the royal regalia, those of you who have a chance, we are seeing a movement from the Bronze Age, bronze spears, bronze tools, to the Iron Age, meaning that innovation in Bunyoro Kitara was much older than Kabalega's time. What Kabalega does is to weaponize. So, my friends, I'm inviting us to appreciate that there's a lot we can pick from the Kabalega legacy. One of them, and I would request the Prime Minister, is to create the Institute of Strategic Studies, the Kabalega Institute of Strategic Studies. The second is to be able to get Bunyoro as a center of comprehensive security architecture. Why would we have our people starve when we have graduates and we have this abundant knowledge? We can have and reclaim these spaces. The whole of Uganda with a powerful army has no underground fuel stores. What happens, God forbid, if Kenya says now I can't allow you? Twaweza nisi, sama sivyo? So hili se penye nia pananjia. So we can make things better. Kabalega can educate us that as a people, we should be able to store fuel underground. So in case of war or shortages, we are able to have our army, the military, the mighty military, should not be down because of a quarrel with Kenya or another neighbor. These are lessons we should be able to draw. But there is one final message I should put across. Okay. And this is the question that was raised by my friend, who said we need to see a connection between the people, the environment, and society. And the current conversation is about climate justice. But I'm inviting us to rethink climate justice. Yes, I grow trees. Some of the trees I grow on the land which I leased from the kingdom of Bunyoro Kitara. I'm growing trees. It's not easy. It's not for the faint-hearted. But I've not given up, and I will not retreat. I will not surrender in the spirit of Kabalega. But the point is this. When we discuss the climate justice agenda, I'm inviting us to ask a hard question. Whose justice is the climate justice agenda? The Batwa were displaced. The Batwa Abanyoro, indigenous people, First Nation. They were displaced from their land. They were impenetrable. And they were told, you clear the way for wild animals, because wild animals must be able to roam without interference from you. Now, Batwa, we are living in the forests, hunter-gatherers and herbalists, researchers in herbs. The Batwa did not destroy the environment. They were using the environment sustainably. But here we are. The global agenda for climate justice has uprooted the human rights and the justices of the Batwa. Whose justice is the climate justice agenda? Can we connect this to the people of Bunyoro? I have moved across the country. Most of the land that was declared national park, game reserves, forest reserves in this country is Bunyoro land. Whether we are in Queen Elizabeth, present-day Toro, whether we are in Lake Mburo, present-day Nkore, whether we are Murchison Falls, Kabalega, my friends, the animal rights are superseding human rights in Bunyoro Kitara. Animals, on a per capita basis, animals in Kabalega National Park have more land than human rights, the human beings in Bunyoro. And I'm inviting the Prime Minister and all the people here to open a conversation. I'm not saying we should kill all the animals. Can't we reduce these animals? These animals are serving the interest of global tourism, the global agenda, not our people's agenda. Can't we push the animals to get 30% of the land and have more land for our people, for use?
Okay.
So in other words, we need to be inspired by Kabalega to think outside the box and do things that he did well, uplift them, revise those that may have gone wrong, but also go even further, because Albert Einstein cautions us. The reason I see far is because I stand on the shoulders of giants. Kabalega is not a dwarf. If we stand on the shoulders of Kabalega, we should be able to see further and do even greater things than he was ever able to do. Thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you. I will skip Owektinis and Prof because they will be last to speak on the panel. Let me get to Mrs. Barbara for her parting shots and any other discussions that you could have missed out.
Thank you very much, Mildred. I think there are many questions that have been asked, but I think all will revolve on one thing. What is it that we are not doing that we are supposed to be doing? We have departed from our values, we have departed from our culture, and for me that is the source of all these calamities we are facing. Talk about the value of Ubuntu, which is an African value. It's with everyone. Would we be having corruption to the extent that it is if we were living it? Corruption costs Ugandans 23% of our national budget per year. If we are to look at development, what would that translate into if we exercised our values, our principles based on Ubuntu, where we are caring for one another? Look at the cost of gender-based violence in Uganda. It is costing us approximately 77 billion Uganda shillings. But if we exercised Ubuntu that talks about accountability, selflessness, sense of shame, and if we had sense of shame, by the way, a number of things wouldn't be going wrong in our country. Talk about transparency. All that is Ubuntu, or Ubuntu as we know it among the African cultures. Talk about duty of care for one another. That is still part of our values. But that is where we actually went wrong. Can we get back to our roots? But how are we going to do this? For me, the best way is through streamlining or mainstreaming culture in everything that we are doing. Be it in education, be it in our daily lives, in any other sectors, in health, etc. When we try to go through education that the colonizers used to actually brainwash us, we will be able to revitalize and bring this back to occurrence and to practicalities. One thing that we have tried as the Cross-Cultural Foundation of Uganda is to put up a Bachelor of Cultural Heritage Studies in universities. We have had Chambogo University take up the challenge to pilot, Islamic University in Uganda. We also have Uganda Matters in Kozi and Kabale University, although some of them have not yet moved ahead simply because of the negativity attached to it. Chambogo has done the best. The very first year they recruited only 12 students. But what happened? Everyone started stigmatizing the students that had taken up this course. And they were telling them how now they are professionalizing witchcraft, putting it to another level. And out of the 12, 8 abandoned the course. We have 4 who will graduate next year. But nonetheless, that's the beginning. Whether they are 4, whether they are 5, that is the starting point. Mainstream culture, prioritize it. We should see it through the budgeting system. Our sisters in the parliament kindly fight for this. If we are to put back attitude change or whatever it is, the root should be in culture. Can we see it in all the circles? Can we also have a ministry of culture? I've heard people talking about, we have a ministry of culture. Uganda is the only country in East Africa without a ministry that is purely focusing on culture. Soon, the UNESCO office in Uganda is going to be closed and incorporated back into the Ministry of Education as a desk. Are we prioritizing culture? Are we, if you want to know what the country is prioritizing, follow the money. Follow where there is emphasis. And I think culture is still at the lowest, but if we need to get up, prioritize culture, it will solve a number of problems that we are facing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Adjara, over to you.
Thank you very much, moderator, and all of us for the wonderful engagement we are having. And maybe picking on from where my sister Barbara has ended, I want to say that in terms of advocacy, we have a whole parliamentary forum on culture and creative industries that sits in our good parliament, and we expect that they will support us a lot in as far as advocating for improving and promoting culture in this country is concerned. Yes, allow me get back to where I wanted to be. There's one brother who asked about the photo of the kings that we used to have that time and he was longing to see. I wanted to say that we recently launched a Council for Traditional Leaders of Africa, Uganda chapter. We have a Council for Traditional Leaders in Africa at the African or regional level, but we also launched one, Uganda chapter, and we had an opportunity of having all our traditional leaders and kings meet, of course, save for a few who are unable to make it, but at that moment, I want to say that we have had that collective engagement, and I know a number of good pictures were taken, and we want to encourage you to check with the ministry and the Cross Cultural Foundation to ensure that we have such memorable photographs for our next generations. Yes, the other thing is that where have we lost it? I wanted us to go back to the parenting that we're talking about, positive parenting, of course, at our family level. As the Department of Culture and Family Affairs, we have come up with the parenting standards. We know a number of civil society organizations, NGOs, and religious and CBOs are doing a number of parenting programs within our communities. And currently speaking, we know that we have been, of course, we are challenged with a number of things. We have distant parents, we have parents who work from very far, parents, children that are being parented by TVs and other providers in the homes. But we want to bring it all together and say, how can we do it better? We are not bringing new methods of parenting, but how can we streamline the way we are parenting our children so that we are inculcating positive values, norms and practices and not losing it at starting from family level. Just like someone said that we are losing a lot in corruption and other negative tendencies that would have been captured probably at family level when we are raising our children and inculcating our cultural values and saying, no, for us as a Munyoro, these are our values, we cannot go beyond this. For us as Batoro, for us as Baganda, this is what we live up to, and we cannot go beyond this. So I wanted to call ourselves towards that. We have parenting standards, we have national parenting guidelines, they are in circulation. You can also Google them up so that you can borrow a leaf from what we require parents to do with their children and probably with other providers who keep our children in our families. And lastly, I want to share that we are doing cultural diplomacy across countries and across regions. Yes, like we said, we don't want to lose it all at our country. There are very many countries that admire what we are doing as Uganda and as cultural institutions here with us. We have reached mutual understandings and cultural agreements with a number of countries where we do a lot of cultural exchanges and other programs. We usually participate in a number of activities abroad, and so in so doing, we are promoting our cultural expressions and cultural activities across borders. We have what we call East African integration through culture and arts. Okay. Uganda has been hosting that and participating in the region around that, and that has also helped us a lot in terms of integrating, but also in terms of promoting a market for our goods and services, for our cultural music and films and all that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Hajat Hajara. And we'll wind it up on the panel with Dr. Charimpa on your parting shots and any other issue that you feel you needed to just respond to.
Thank you. We have talked about what we need to do. If I go back to look at my children and I look at the younger generation in my village, and if you tell them to do something which is cultural, what is their priority, what is their challenge for them? Their challenge is earning a living, making money, and today there is a modernity. They are thinking about, before you tell them something, they already have it on the social media. And when you go to our curriculum in terms of education, we don't fund our curriculum development. There are those who fund it, and therefore determine the content there, the Canadian employees, etc. If you talk about education and learning systems and the institutions that support education and learning, there are many things they have incorporating there in the whole processes. I see this going back to three drivers. The first one is economic independence. He who pays the piper calls the tune. If, as we grow up, we are taught to work for ourselves, today people want fast things. They don't want to work. They are willing to do anything as long as they are earning, they are given money. We need to instill the culture of work. And the government that controls the budget allocations, the leaders, political leaders and cultural leaders, we need to help the younger generation to work and ensure that there is no opportunity for free things. The other aspect is on the ability of the strengthening the cultural institutions. If I look at Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom, we have a lot of opportunities for income generating activities or projects. Our cultural sites, our land, we have also other income generating, we have shares in other companies, etc. If we harness this capacity and to make the institution stand on its own, other than having to depend entirely on government, we should not be lamenting to asking government to give us the money. Let's strengthen our institution by ourselves donating and supporting and having the leaders accountable and doing what, putting forth that development which we want to strengthen our institution. And let us ourselves volunteer to lead, to transform our people by being leaders, by doing the voluntary role of the cultural values inculcation to the younger generation. The other aspect is living as models or by example. Recently, someone has talked about corruption, etc. Recently in the paper I saw one gentleman, this Spire something, who writes, says, let us all join the corruption what? Journey. And then competition, then all be corrupt and join the race. He's showing you the idea, what he thinks that he is actually giving up. But we are saying we give up. We have role models, and let us be the role models so that other people can exemplary life. The values we expect want. But at the end of the day, as I've said, address the dependency, economic independence, live by being role models, review the curriculum, and let us take up the leadership positions that have control and influence of all that we want. And then when we are in the driving seat, we shall have the change we want. Otherwise, we shall keep talking about this. If we don't do, we are not in control, we don't take up be role models and fight and address the independence economically. Everybody wants to survive, and that is the new modern day. I thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Chanimpa. I know as we went on, our panel is entirely done right now, but as we went on, Prof, could have been tickled by something, and I'll give you the microphone probably, if you don't mind, and a few responses. Someone actually
Let me first of all thank the audience for the very many issues that you've raised. But I want to read a paragraph out of an article which was published on the 12th of December 2023, but is expressed to be for the period of January, February 2024, is ahead of time. This is what it says, and I'll read it. The subject is the crisis of African democracy. And it says, these days, a question crops up when African officials gather to discuss governance. Which president will be ousted by his military next? In the first 2 decades of this century, 13 successful coups took place in Africa. But from August 2020 to November 2023, 7 African leaders were toppled by their own militaries. While these military takeovers have so far primarily occurred in a belt of instability that stretches from Niger to Sudan, the risk of broader contagion is real. In already fragile states, coups tend to reverse economic and political progress, and so stemming their rise may be the most urgent task for Africa in the coming decade. I commend this article to you. I don't agree with some of the things they say, but they give life to the question of culture in development and begs the question, what must we do in Africa? Many of you will remember in the year 2006 in Khartoum, the African Union adopted what they called the Charter of African Cultural Renaissance. And the whole idea was that we must give pride of place to culture. When I heard my good friend say we must adopt and adapt, I can't agree with you more. In the cultural discourse in Africa, there is the tendency to assume that culture means song and dance, and that is what African culture is. It is not. Culture, in my view, permeates every aspect of our lives. How many of you, for example, remember that when there was COVID, the very first reaction was from the Malagasy Institute of Applied Science, COVID organic, which was ordered by only 3 countries, Tanzania, Equatorial Guinea, and I think Ghana. All of us were waiting for Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson. How many of us know that the Louis Pasteur Institute of Science in Dakar, Senegal, using research from African scholars, came up with a rapid testing unit, but we were waiting for things from China. I'm suggesting, therefore, that we must think of culture beyond song and dance. We must not think that culture, African culture, was frozen in time and is a dinosaur that we are reviving. It is dynamic. Is to be found in the sciences, is to be found everywhere. Let me remind you, why is it that China, as a rising power today, is creating Confucius Institutes in every major African university? I think there is even one at Makerere University. There is one everywhere, because economic, military, and scientific growth also comes with cultural dominance. That is how I believe here in Kampala you must have a French cultural center where, among other things, they teach us French. You must have a Goethe Institute where the Germans teach us German. You must have a British Council where they teach English as a second language. There must be an American Cultural Center. But when you go out there, where is the African Cultural Center? I'm proud to announce that on the 9th day of November, me and others established the Pan-African Institute at Lukenya University. And the idea is that we now want to deal with African issues in a proper manner, to document them, so that they are accessible in future. My friend who is writing in your mother tongue, continue doing so. I also do so, and the buyers are few and far between. But I believe that it is by writing that we are going to encourage people to write. Very lastly, I want to remind my sister, whom I've followed many years, Honorable Cecilia Ogwa, your courage, your passion is not only in Uganda, is recognized outside. And let me tell you that this spirit of African Renaissance that we are talking about as we remember Inaugural Kabalega is one that has always been alive. If you look at the very first ideas about cultural revivalism, they came about in the Caribbean with people like Sylvester Williams of Trinidad and Tobago. The younger generation here, when you listen to Bob Marley singing, Garvey was a buffalo soldier in the heart of America. Garvey was a buffalo soldier, and his exploits were being articulated through song and dance by Bob Marley and the Wailers. All these things are important, and I conclude with this. Somebody talked about language, about mathematics. It is now recognized that our people cannot realize development to the highest level if they use a foreign language. And that is why we are saying that Kiswahili can be given pride of place without sacrificing other languages. Look at little Denmark. Look at little Norway. Look at little Sweden. Look at little Finland. Look at little Korea. Look at Japan. They all teach science, the arts in their language. It is only us, particularly we who have gone to school, Western or Eastern, who think that intelligence is measured by one's ability to speak English. No, intelligence has nothing to do with your ability to speak English or French. You can be intelligent, and you should be, in our mother tongue. The Inaugural Kabalega that we are talking about, did he speak English? Did he speak French? He spoke in his mother tongue. And if you look through all the African civilizations, the time is now. And I believe that is not going to be the faint-hearted, but the seed has been planted. It is our duty to water it. You've been given a challenge, Mr. Prime Minister. Begin to link your kingdom with universities, so that when we study icons in history, we don't stop studying Inaugural Kabalega at primary school. Yet we are studying Roderick Murchison as a former president of the Geographical Society, and even Neymar falls after him. The time is now for the wax in our ears to melt and the scales in our eyes to fall. Thank you.
In every statement that Professor has said, he didn't say the time is tomorrow or the day is next week or next month or next year. He continuously says the time is. Exactly. As you keep procrastinating, that is how you keep losing the good ideas. That is how you keep forgetting what you exactly are supposed to do. I also recognize the presence of Okwiri Engineer Mgenyi, the Chief Prince of Bunyoro. Thank you so much for making time to be with us. Please, you could stand and wave to the people. There are a few who do not know you, so we would be glad. Yes, thank you so much for sparing time to be with us here. And as I get to allow my panel, I wish we could have more and more hours with you here, but unfortunately we can't spend the day entirely here. I will allow kindly that you stand up and have a picture here together with Prof. before we officially get to the unveiling of the Kabalega Cultural Center. So I will request all my panelists to stand up. This is a panel picture. And at this, after that, I am going, before the panelists entirely leave, because we have a group photo that is coming up, I am going to also kindly request the Chief Prince to come through for this picture. The representative from Toro, Buganda, Honorable Cecilia, Honorable Nyakato, please kindly as well join this picture, together with the Kabalega Foundation, our ED, please. Yes, I love that Honorable Nyakato couldn't leave you there, and you were the next person I actually wanted to call. So, and immediately after that picture is taken, I will request that The Prime Minister of Bunyoro does remain at the podium together with Professor Lumumba. I will invite a representative of the Ministry of Gender and the Ministry of Tourism together with the UNDP representative to as well come through as we get to have the official unveiling of the Kabalega Cultural Center. Okay, those are beautiful pictures right there, and I will allow my panel as well to take their leave. I will request only Professor and yes, Professor Lumumba to stay and the Prime Minister to stay, because we're going to witness the unveiling of the Kabalega Cultural Center, which is going to be built in Hoima. And I'm going to also let the minister, the representative of the Ministry of Gender, Hajat, to stay, and the representative from the Ministry of Tourism, wherever you are, as well as the UNDP representative, to kindly stay. And at that, the Executive Director, Kabalega Foundation, where did you go back? All eyes are going to be on the screen, because this is the future that we are envisaging. We dream and bring the dreams to reality. So I'm going to request our technical team to unveil to us what the Kabalega Cultural Center is going to look like. Earlier on, Honorable Cecilia did ask, if I'm looking for some of this information, where do I get it from? Probably some of these questions are going to be answered. So ladies and gentlemen, we have just a few more minutes before we get to leave. I don't think we even have more than 20 minutes from now. We will be leaving, but let's get our eyes to the screen and see what the Cultural Center is going to look like.
The Kabalega Cultural Center. Honorable Cecilia Ogal asked, where can I find the books? We are going to construct, as Kabalega Foundation, together with our partners, Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom, one of the biggest libraries, cultural libraries in East Africa. With the Cultural Center, all cultural artifacts are going to be in that building. It is going to be constructed in Hoima. So the reason why we are unveiling it right now and putting it before your eyes is that very soon we shall come to you to seek for support to make sure that this vision comes into reality. Together with Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom, the Minister of Tourism, UNDP, Uganda Communications Commission, Roofings Uganda, and others, and members who are here, we want to make this vision become a reality, because it is a symbol. As we commemorate 100 years of Kabalega, we want to make sure that we remember the 100 years through the Kabalega Cultural Center, which will be built, constructed in Hoima, Hoima City. The Kabalega Foundation Director will talk more about it, but please continue. Symbol of strength. So that one, it is 5 times taller than a normal human being, so it will be visible. Make sure that it is a center of tourism for our kingdom and for our region and for Uganda and East Africa at large. So we are not only commemorating Kabalega by words, we want to put everything into practice. So at this moment, I think you can take over, Mildred. So ladies and gentlemen, we are unveiling and commissioning. I'm going to invite the Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom Prime Minister, the Kabalega Foundation Executive Director, the representative from the Ministry of Gender. We have also the Deputy Executive Director, Uganda Investment Authority. We have also our chief guest to come in front here as we unveil and commission the Kabalega Cultural Center. From there, we shall continue with few speeches, then close.
Once again, since you were standing, we want to take that picture while you're looking at that screen with the what we expect it to look like. That will be a commemorative picture for the unveiling. All right, to our technical team. And even 100 years later after his death, there will be more to living on his life and carrying on what he stood for, the legacy that Professor Lumumba and the other discussants did pay attention to. So when we do come to you to ask that you do get to contribute this, and although he may be far gone, his legacy lives on. Once again, let's give a round of applause to. And at that, as you get seated once again to our panel at the front, I'm going to invite the Executive Director of the Kabalega Foundation to speak to us and also speak about this center, and he will later on invite the Prime Minister of Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom.
Good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. I know we've had you here for the greater part of the afternoon, so you'll excuse me not to repeat the protocols. My standing here is just to, first of all, appreciate all the former speakers, but most importantly, our keynote address speaker, Professor PLO Lumumba. We greatly appreciate your presence and the words of wisdom that you've shared with us. I do have a feeling that I missed something, but I kept online even before I got here. I was running up and down trying to finish a few things with the setup. But I did make sure that I took every word that you mentioned to us at heart. And as a foundation, we really want to make sure that we make this count. The words that you've shared with us, the words that the very distinguished panelists have shared with us, we want to make sure that we make a contribution to making sure that our culture and its role in development is felt in our society, and that is in line with our mandate or with our vision towards a socially, culturally, and economically empowered community as a foundation. We are a young foundation, but we want to do as much as we think we can to be able to ensure that the legacy of Umkamachatu Kabalega is remembered and lives with us and is visible, not only in words, not only in memory, but in the present, through service to community, through a contribution to making sure that there's a difference in our communities through the works that we do. We have had a chance of working with the kingdom to commemorate 100 years of Kabalega through the different events that we've held. We greatly thank those that were with us for the launch of 100 years of Kabalega way back early in the year, in April. We did have Kabalega Independence Run in October, where we are very glad that people came and participated. All this in celebration of the man that we are talking about today, Mkamachwatu Kabalega. And today we sit here to more than just running and celebrating, discuss how his legacy can inform the present and also inform the future. We greatly thank all the speakers for the day once again. We thank the Kingdom of Unyoro Kitara. We thank all the cultural institutions that have had time to come and take part in this discussion, because when you talk about culture, it's not a Unyoro agenda, it's not a Unyoro subject, it's a Ugandan subject, it's an African subject, and that's where we derived our theme of the lecture in talking about the role of culture in development. Development is global, it has different perspectives, but we want to think about how do we think about development in the case of Africa, leveraging our rich culture. I don't think there's any continent that has as rich a heritage and culture as we do. I know we just need to tap into that resource, and as the words have been shared, things to do with our languages, things to do with our heritage can greatly influence the development path of Africa. We may not greatly benefit from learning what is not ours and thinking it can inform how we move. There's a lot I could say, but I'm cognizant of the time, and I know I was glad that the panelists had all the time to speak about this important subject. The program coordinator, Mr. Solomon Karanga, has talked about this center. This center was conceived as an idea through the planning on how to commemorate 100 years of Kabalega. Through the series of events, we thought we should have something that is outstanding, something that is able to be established to think about this commemoration and look at something and say, we as a people had a time to celebrate Mkamachwatu Kabalega. We thank all the partners that we engaged the kingdom about it. We did engage the Ministry of Tourism, we did engage UNDP, and they've all been very supportive in refining this idea to where it is today. It's unfortunate that some of them have not been around. The Ministry of Tourism, you know, the minister had cabinet and some other engagements, but I very well know that UNDP was represented in the room, and I'm very glad that you came through. I'm very grateful for the young African leaders community in this room, because I draw a lot of inspiration from them in trying to think of the transformative ideas that we can generate as a younger generation of Africa towards influencing the development path. So all my colleagues from the yearly fellowship, thank you very much for being present and for all the support rendered to making this a success. I'll end by thanking the guests that came through. I know in our presence we have the Chief Prince, my elder brother. I thank you so much for making the time to come through. And your coming through relieves me of some work that I was worried if in your absence I would have to do to make sure the family, as we celebrate, is fully acknowledged, and maybe there's a word to say one or two about it. This square is something that we are going to be carrying on through the coming year. We want to make sure that when we are closing 100 years of Kabalega commemoration in April on 5th, there's something to write home about how far we've gone about this project. So we call on all partners. We thank those that we are already with, but we call on more. Development partners, government, cultural institutions. I've liked so much the submission by Honorable Cecilia Gual about the background to where we are today, that we are one and we've always been one. We just need to work together to make sure that we solve our problems. So we shall reach out far and wide and make sure that together we can achieve this project, and maybe it can be the starting point of looking at all the great men and all the great ladies that we've had in our society to make sure that we immortalize them, and that serves as an inspiration to the younger generations who have not had a chance to enjoy maybe as rich a culture as maybe the elder citizens enjoy it. And that to definitely contribute to where we head as a society. I thank you very much, and I promise that we shall get back to you. This is the starting of this project. This is the start of this lecture. As you see, it's labeled the Inaugural Kabalega Memorial Lecture. We want to come back here next year or any other suitable venue and talk about another subject that pertains to our well-being as a society, as Africans, and make sure that we talk about these subjects together and find wisdom or get wisdom about how to go about them together. This and so many more, we shall keep in touch with you and make sure that we are moving together. And this, for God and my country, I'll take this singular honor to invite the Right Honorable Prime Minister to come and address the audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Executive Director of Kabalega Foundation. 6th April 1923 was a very sad day for the people of Bunyoro when their mighty king of Mukama Kabalega Chua II passed on after being held captive for 24 years. 100 years later this year, we are not mourning, but celebrating the life and legacy of a man who ascended the throne at 16 years, unified Bunyoro Kitara Empire, ruled for 30 years, introduced trade, and resisted foreign aggression for 5 years. Therefore, a local, national, and international hero. Can we clap for that? The guest of honor and keynote speaker, Professor Patrick Lumumba, Wekitinisa Okwiri, Obukama wa Bunyoro Kitara. Other cultural leaders, Wekitinisa Wekitiibwa Dr. Professor Dr. Anthony Wamala from Buganda Kingdom, Honorable Kwema Rangabu, Deputy Prime Minister from Toro, members of Parliament, government officials, civil society organizations represented here, academicians, the grandchildren of Mukama Kabalega. I am requesting the grandchildren of Mukama Kabalega who are present to stand up. Grandchildren of Mukama Kabalega, please. Thank you very much for honoring this occasion. Can we clap for them? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I take this honor to welcome you here for this inaugural lecture. I bring you warm greetings from His Royal Highness, Dr. Solomon Gafabo Saiguru I, the Omukama of Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom, and from the people of Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom. I'm pleased to be here at this inaugural Omukama Kabalega Memorial Lecture. I thank the leadership of Kabalega Foundation, especially the Executive Director, Dr. James Kisoro, who have organized this lecture in partnership with Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom. I appreciate the presentation by Professor Patrick Lumumba and the discussion panel by our distinguished panelists. Please join me in giving them another round of applause. Our moderator, Mildred Tuhaise, you've been very exceptional. Thank you very much. This is a historical occasion. I've looked at the composition of the audience and panelists today and observed that our gathering here has attracted people from different spheres of life. We have the youth, women, men, elderly, academicians, politicians of different parties, business people, and some people from outside this country. A look at our composition is a confirmation of the character of Omukama Kabalega, a unifier, a peacemaker, a Pan-Africanist, a social, cultural, and military leader. Omukama Kabalega holds a special place in the history of Bunyoro, Uganda, and Africa in general. Due to his uniqueness, Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom decided to have a series of activities to commemorate 100 years since his demise. As you all know, Omukama Kabalega died on 6th of April 1923 at Impumude Hill in Busoga Kingdom, on his way back from Seychelles Island, where he had been imprisoned by the British for resisting their invasion of Bunyoro. In April this year, we launched a series of activities to commemorate the legacy of Omukama Kabalega. This commemoration is geared at educating our people on the contributions of King Kabalega to our communities, to our society, and the entire African continent, and mobilizing our people to emulate him. Once again, we are grateful to Kabalega Foundation, who took up the mantle to spearhead these activities. We are very grateful, Dr. Kisoro. So a number of activities were initiated. We kicked off the commemoration of 100 years on the 6th of April with a ceremony at Buyanja Secondary School in Kibale District, the venue at Chikangara Hill, where he won the battle that made him king. We also had a lecture from Professor Ndebesa, who has been here with us. We are very grateful for your contribution and for your continued support for these events. We appreciate President Museveni for presiding over the event. We also thank him and the government for honoring King Kabalega by naming the new airport being constructed in Hoima and the upcoming industrial park in Hoima after the Omukama Kabalega. We are very grateful for this. In partnership with the Kabalega Foundation, we held the Kabalega Independence Run in Hoima City on 7th October 2023. The proceeds from the run are to be used to procure textbooks for schools, as well as supporting the Kabalega Education Fund. The Independence Run is intended to be an annual event. Among other activities, we agreed to support scholars of history to author books about the legacy of Omukama Kabalega and our history. So far, 3 books have been published, and among the writers, Wekitinisa Isaac Kalembe, who has been here, Wekitinisa Rukahemura Robert Akiki, and Dr. Yolam Nsamba have already published these books. Renovations of royal burial grounds have also commenced with work on Imperial Royal Tombs. We shall also work on other royal burial grounds and historical sites. We also plan to set up Omukama Kabalega statues in different towns in Bunyoro. There were also other planned events, activities, and charity events in his honor. And as you have just seen what we have just shown you here, in conjunction with the Minister of Tourism, Trade and Industry, we are in advanced stages of setting up the Kabalega Cultural Center in Hoima City. Thank you very much, Kabalega Foundation, for coming up with this idea. And here today, we are on this inaugural lecture from Omukama Kabalega, one of the events which we plan to undertake. So these activities are intended to run up to the 6th of April 2024. Today's theme, the role of culture in promotion of development, the case of Africa, is pertinent since culture defines who we are. By understanding who we are, we identify our individual and collective unique strengths as communities, which is a key ingredient in development. And I would like to thank the panel and the keynote speaker for ably bringing this out, and I can't agree with you any further. So we are very, very grateful for this. But I think the next time also the reverse is very important. The role of development in the promotion of culture. Because whenever we have challenges, culture is always the first victim. So what is the role of development in promoting culture? That is also another topic we can discuss at another time. Africa is endowed with rich and diverse culture, which the African people have preserved since time immemorial. The diversity which King Kabalega supported and which the other kings in Bunyoro actually supported is what is very key for us as Bunyoro Katara Kingdom. That's what gives us the strength. And anybody who uses that diversity to break us up is actually an enemy, and that is actually destroying the legacy of King Kabalega. Because we're strong when we have diverse cultures. Bunyoro is a multi-ethnic, a multicultural kingdom, multicultural society. And therefore, that's what makes us strong. And with joining other other cultural institutions, joining other kingdoms, will make Uganda and even Africa much stronger. The attack by colonialists against Africa is one of the sad episodes in our history, as Professor Lumumba has always discussed. The advent of colonialism disrupted our social, economic, and political landscape. Colonialists left a trail of bloodshed and destruction in Africa, and some of the negative impacts of colonialism persist in Africa to date. Our cultural sites, livestock, social cohesion, innovations, and other cultural values were affected. For Bunyoro's case, historical accounts have revealed that we lost over 2 million people during the colonial war. Some of our treasured regalia was confiscated and taken to Britain. Back and forth efforts to return them have not yielded positive results. And therefore, remembering the contributions of our great hero in resisting the colonial invasion is very relevant today. In conclusion, Africa deserves justice for the atrocities that were committed by colonialists against us. Let me also re-echo our demand for the unconditional return for all the assets which the colonialists confiscated from us. We demand reparations for the losses we incurred. Finally, we appreciate all of you who have attended and supported this memorial lecture. We welcome more support to enable us hold other upcoming events in honor of our great King Kabalega. Let me leave you with a challenge. If I was a priest, I would have said, or a pastor, I would have said, turn your neighbor and say, how will you be remembered and celebrated after 100 years of passing on? I thank you for attending this lecture. Kabalega lega, Kabalega lega, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Owektiniso Muhikirwa. And like I said earlier on, please don't make it hard for us to say something about you when you're gone. Eh? There are people whose burials you attend and people are struggling to find even the simplest of the best things they can say about the deceased. So they take on the African culture of, you know, in Africa, we never speak anything ill about the dead. Huh? So you have to speak even the good that never existed. But ladies and gentlemen, while we were at it, we were joined by Honorable Mary Mugasa, the State Minister for Public Service. Honorable Mary, please take the honors to just wave to us. Thank you so much for sparing time to come and be a part of this occasion. So ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to a close of our prestigious event, and like the Prime Minister did say, these events are going to go on up until the 6th of April next year. But allow me just a few minutes and take a look at this beautiful documentary about the man that we are talking about. And you know, in most cases when they say documentary, people are thinking about a very long period of time. No, my dear, it is not more than 5 minutes. So let's take a look at this beautiful documentary. And also we have the talented Roland Tibirusia, who has put up a very beautiful art piece, which I will be inviting in just a minute. And he will explain to us what this means. Because as artists, they will put things together and you can't even, apart from seeing the image or portrait of Kabalega and I think Omukama Solomon, is that it? Yes, exactly. You see, I can tell my kings properly well. He will be telling us what these pictures mean to the commemoration of the 100 years. But let's take off just 5 minutes as we get to one end and have our eyes onto the screens. You have a screen on the left, you have a screen on the right. So let's just watch out for this very brief documentary as we get to the close.
Kabalega is an enigmatic character in the psyche of the Banyoro, the psyche of Ugandans. Kabalega did something great. He defended his country against colonialists and had a motto of conquer or die, and indeed he was shot at the battlefront trying to defend his country.
Kabalega akazaalwa ebiro by'okwizi 18 omwezi gwa mukaaga 1853.
Kabalega's mother was a Mumakato from Bulega, Kanyange, Nyamutahingurwa, Abuli.
Kabalega bakaija bamuleta kyali mwana muto. Ate abazaire be batandika kugamba Kabalega kumanyisa omwana akazaalirwa Bulega.
He was trained in the culture. He was educated. He was a university graduate. He trained at Galhuma University in administration and leadership.
In Kamras's rightful thinking, he felt that Kabalega was the rightful heir.
The Babito decided that the next king was Kabigomile.
There was a civil war which followed the death of Kamrase.
Na higana na mtahiwe mkuru baitaga Kabigumire.
That war lasted for 2 years, from 1869 to 1870, until Kabalega emerged victorious.
Yafuka mukama bamuteekaho aine myaka 16.
Kabalega akabana yitwa head of state katugamba kubaza hamu n'orujungu n'orunyoro.
Kabalega enhanced and promoted the use of omukago, blood brotherhood.
Kabalega nuwo wonyine oguyaba chief judge. Baitu kandi akasumi niko kamu yasigara ali arukusobora kuha emigisa.
Single most important aspect that united Ugandans before the colonialists came was trade and trade in salt. Because salt was only found in Bunyoro Kingdom, both at Chibiro and Katwe.
When we talk about the beginning of modern business or modern trade, for Bunyoro or for Uganda, we may say ivory was one of the most significant commodities.
Omukama Kabalego habokwenda kulinda ensi ya Bunyoro eneremu. Akabali nuwe Commander in Chief wihiri ya Bunyoro Kitara abarusura.
He's noted to be the first African ruler in this region to have started a standby army,
which were divided into divisions, 15 divisions, each comprising 15,000 men.
Akabali tungire mundu eziyatungaga kuruga omba harabu.
By the time he takes power, I think 1869, he's, I will restore the fortunes of my fathers and forefathers. That's the conquer or die.
His first immediate task was to conquer Toro.
Of course, the kings had their small wars and squabbles.
When Mwanga becomes king, he wanted to assert his authority because he realized that the balance of power was shifting towards Bunyoro. He raises an army of 20,000 to come and invade Bunyoro. And that's when Kabalega dealt a decisive blow to the Baganda. The major confrontation was with Baker, who had come during his father's reign. Now he comes back in 1872, declares Bunyoro as part of the Equatorial province, as part of the empire of the kingdom of the Khedive Ismail.
Samuel Baker na Rugada bakajamu kunyaga masanga. Batandika protectorate ya Uganda, but he didn't.
At the time when he came to the palace, you see, he was very arrogant because he knew he had superior arms, he had a sizable army. He thought he could do anything. A real fighting broke out, and Kabalega was able to eject Sir Samuel Baker from Masindi during a night raid.
This was at the time when the Brits were scrambling and partitioning Africa. Stanley, when he comes in 1875 to rescue Emini Pasa, as soon as he gets out of the Ituri forest, he encounters the Barosura. They fight to the skirmish. Then comes Captain Frederick Lugard, whom we call as Kapere. Gordon also fought him. In fact, perhaps the only European who liked Kabalega was Emin Pasha.
Kabalega outwitted Emin Pasha, he outwitted Samuel Becker, he outwitted those who fought him. Colville, Owen, MacDonald, Gerard Potter.
He's actually highly known for the wars that he fought against the British. The whites did not come with an arm to negotiate, but rather to depose and impose. He was careful, and eventually he said no.
Henry Colville akategeka obulemu aije atere Kabalega ombigambo byagamba ku muhendo mugongo.
Kabalega yali well organized. Tactics zokurwana eza Kabalega ziyali nakoze zali za amani.
There is a maze of tunnels and caves. That's the Katasa Fort. It links, it's an underground tunnel connecting to Mparo. That's around 4 kilometers.
Wiki abajungu oba mubingire omunsi ye nabo bakaleta kojo kahiya kakombeka ebiguli.
They had superior weapons and they had a big army, you know, from the Nyamwezi, recruited the Waswahili from the coast, the Indians.
Behind me here is Kabalega Falls, which is called Murchison Falls. Just across River Nile or Victoria Nile, there is the Kabalega Jump, the famous Kabalega Jump. When Omkama Kabalega of Bunyoro Kitara was defending his nation, he jumped across there, and once you cross from this region to the other region, that will be his vassal states. So he moved from Bunyoro and escaped to northern Uganda to what was called Gani and Bukidi.
The whole of this area was considered a tactical headquarters for Mukama Kabalega.
The British had no option but to bring the 27 Bombay Regiment from India to rescue them immediately.
To capture Kabalega from here, it was not an easy thing. So many people were killed. Even the British soldiers themselves, they were killed here, but they could not tell people.
Even when he was cornered at 5 a.m. on the morning of the 9th of April, 1899,
he fought seriously until they shot and broke his right arm, that he could not hold his gun. That's when they captured him.
Kabalega bamukwasire bamutwaire mu Exile Seychelles. Baba bohera emyaka 24.
He even refused to die in exile.
Mukuru lenjo enu mu ero maiso ganyu hano. Nuho batabaize omukama waitu ogwe manzi Kabalega. Bakamuhumuza omunda omu.
When you got the pre-colonial past and you had to choose the heroes, definitely you'd look at a person like Kabalega.
The pre-colonial hero is Kabalega.
Kabalega will remain a hero for Uganda.
Kabalega is certainly my hero. My number one hero is Kabalega. It's Kabalega.
He's a great hero.
I have read about Napoleon and a campaign he led from 1799 until he was defeated in 1815, and how much he shaped 19th and 20th century Europe. Why do I know all that? And I wouldn't want to know Kabalega.
We know that Kabalega is a symbol of unity in Bunyoro.
He was god of Bunyoro.
He comes out as one of the very prominent and popular individual in the history of Uganda.
Ebintu ebimu bitukutandikire kwegondezamu hano nka amagita akabaga aga-protecting.
But the first Caesarean section in the world was performed in Bunyoro.
Jomo Kenyatta also used to wear the same trademark card. He said, whose hat is this? Kabalega's. Look at the picture and look at me. Do you see the resemblance? He said, from today, I want to put this debate to rest, any doubts to rest. People have been doubting, asking me, whose son are you? He told the people, I'm the son of Kabalega.
What would Kabalega's legacy say if he had collaborated with the British?
And actually, had they not fought, maybe it would have been like Aborigines or Red Indians.
Kimienda ya bunyolo Natoro yona Noko busongora Nezarwa za buziba
It should have taken you to come up with this, and we want to say a special thank you to you. I'd like to request the hotel team to give us back some light, because we are not children of darkness though, as we get to officially crown off this. Allow me invite Roland. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we have a picture moment with our chief guest, as our keynote address, as we get to finish up. So Roland, if you don't mind to move those pictures to this stage, it will be great, so that you can explain that picture while we're looking at it. And right after that, I'm going to request our keynote speaker, together with all the persons who are still seated with him, to sign off against that picture, but only after you've understood what it is. Because artists have quite a lot that needs to be understood. It needs to be explained well, and it needs to be understood. And this young gentleman here, Roland Tibirusia, has painted very many of such kind of pictures on different commemorations, and we would like to know exactly what this picture means as we celebrate 100 years. I can see Kabalega, I can see the Omukama, Solomon, Dr. Solomon Iguru Gafabsa. So yes, we are waiting for that explanation.
Hello? Yeah, thank you very much, Mildred. I'm very honored to be part of this great event. I happen to be mentioned to be an event artist. And what I usually do actually is have a moment to capture this history using paintbrush. So my expressions here today is a commemorative piece, which I have to say thank you to the Kabalega Foundation that invited me to capture this memory. I believe art is one of the purest form of expression. Just like you say, historically, we are having many of these other portraits of a legend, Omukama Kabalega, in pictorial, in painted kind of form. So today is a special day that we are celebrating his contribution, his legacy, and my cultural contribution is through a canvas, and I would want to maybe have a moment to say, when the keynote speaker emphasized that time is now, I had to paint it in real time to have this memory of the 100 years of Kabalega. And I would want to add my voice to the many other contributors to say that this piece, once it is signed, it could be also a piece that is collected for posterity, that many other young people who don't know this history can emulate even more by really revering and immortalizing the great Kabalega, the king. Thank you. So you're welcome to put a signature, and I'm grateful that I'm part of this. Thank you.
All right. I would like to just invite one person who is looking very, very sternly at that picture, and is a line grandchild of Kabalega. Allow me invite the Chief Prince Okwiri to just say a word about the picture that you're looking at right now of your grandfather and what it means to you as a grandchild. Please, if you could just give him a microphone and let him stand right next to that picture. What memories does this bring to you, and what does it mean to you as a grandchild?
Yeah, thank you, Mildred, our chief guest. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored once again also to be here, to be among the people attending this commemoration. Kabalega, as I see him today, is like the way I would have seen him if I had seen him. If you get me. Kabalega was a man well known over Africa. He was a strugglist. He was a hustler. He was a man who was always serious. I've never seen him laugh. I've never seen any laughter of his. So that was our grandfather Kabalega. Very intelligent, very courageous, and no wonder he traversed and succeeded in the world. Though he was arrested and exiled, I know he did not do it. He did not lose. He was a successful man. He produced 138 children. And among the survivors now, we have the 6th generation of Kabalega. The ones we have here are the 3rd generation. 3rd generation, you can stand up on this seal. Once again.
Wow, the 3rd generation grandchildren of Omkama Kabalega.
That is the 3rd generation of Omkama Kabalega. So we thank him. We'd like to thank him again for having been our great-grandfather, for having been our king, and whatever wonders he has done. Thank you so much.
And just before you leave, you will represent the children who will come much later on to sign against your grandfather's portrait and this commemorative art piece. So feel free to sign, and I'm going to request Professor P.L.O. Lumumba to as well step down to append your signature to this commemorative piece as we mark 100 years after his death, but we can still be able to remember him like he is still living amongst us. Okay, right after Professor P.L.O., I'm going to request the Owektinisa, Omikirwa. So we are signing against Kabalega and then signing against one of his grandchildren, that is Omkama Kabalega, Dr. Iguru Solomon Gafabusa. So it is a twin signing. I will have the Prime Minister of Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom as well appending his signature. And thereafter, I will kindly allow Dr. Charimpa Hajat Hajara to as well make your way and append your signature. To the Prince and ED of Kabalega Foundation, I think you'll be one of our last persons to append your signature to this. Allow me invite Owektinisa, You know, Owek, the short form of Owektinisa and Owektiwa is almost the same. So Dr. Anthony Wamala, representing the Prime Minister or the Katikiro of Buganda Kingdom, please make your way and append your signature. I will also allow to have Honorable Nyakato, you're still here. Honorable Mary Mugasa, the Minister, the State Minister, Public Service, please. Let us have your signature appended to this commemorative art piece, because it means a lot to not only the Kabalega Foundation, but Bunyoro Kitara. I am going to request all my panelists, all of them without mentioning or calling out a name by name, Professor Kiza, everyone, as I did have you on the panel, please. I am kindly requesting that you will come and append your signature one by one to this commemorative art piece. And after I have my panelists, I will invite our queens who are representing and carrying on this legacy. So we are signing against Omukama Kabalega, and we are signing against, of course, the grandchild, the current reigning king, Dr. Solomon Iguruga Fabusa, the Omukama of Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom. So immediately after I get my panelists and the queens signing, we have a lot of Banyoro from in the academia. So I'll call them Bunyoro Dons. I will refer to you as such. The children of the land, the grandchildren of Kabalega. I will as well request you to draw closer from across all universities, Chambogo University, Busitema University, Makerere University, all of you in your distinguished capacities. I'm going to request that you come forward, but please do not leave. I would like us to have a commemorative group photo of this lecture and what it means to us. So please, when you finish signing, this is the last bit that we're having. Please do not leave. Make sure that you do stay with us, and we get to have you. Our queens are coming forward. I know that we have representatives from the central government, ministries, departments, and agencies, so please, wherever you are. And each and every one of us is going to have time, because Roland is going to have this place just on the side. He painted it in real time. We are going to sign it in real time as we get to wind up. Please don't sign in the face, because it's a commemorative picture, so we wouldn't want you to cover up the face. And right after that, we'll take our group picture. I am going to request the third generation grandchildren, all of you as you are, come and sign against the great leader, the great commander who has lived on. His legacy has lived on, and we feel like he is still in our midst. And after you, we will have the group picture. After the third generation grandchildren, we'll have the group picture. Roland will move this to the side right after, and we will, all of us, before you get to leave, please make sure that you get to sign against this portrait, because it definitely does mean a lot. But before Roland moves it, I will ask, no, before Roland you move them, I will ask, let's have the third generation finish, and then the last person to sign before the group photo will be the executive director of the Kabalega Foundation. I want him to sign by himself alone, so I will allow everyone else get done. Let me have the third generation grandchildren. The rest of us are going to sign it right after, please. So I am going to call you out, and you are going to be able to sign the rest of us. Those of us who are leaving, we have a group photo which we wouldn't want you to get aside. Yes, we can have Roland, we can have that moved right after. The rest of us, please let us stay. Okay, so I am going to request Roland to move this one, to move the picture, the portrait. Yeah, let's just move it to the side, and the rest of us are going to sign immediately after that. So I'm going to request that we come to the front. We're going to have a group photo. This is very important to us. I am kindly requesting we let Roland move those pictures, because we need some space to be able to take our group photo. We have souvenirs outside. We have the beautiful book that is talking about the legacy and the life of Omukama. Please, we have t-shirts, we have caps, we have some beautiful art pieces. Kindly, ladies and gentlemen, allow me have Roland move this picture. We are going to all sign, but that signing is going to be coming. Oh, sorry about that. We are going to have that signing immediately right after. So ladies and gentlemen, How about you come to join us for the group picture? This portrait is going to stay there. So everyone, before you leave, you're going to have an opportunity to sign against those portraits. Every one of us is going to have an opportunity to sign against those portraits. So allow me invite all of us to the front to have our group picture. Professor, please, you will take the center stage. To all our panelists who are part of this, Agnes, Beatrice, please, I'm requesting that we come for this group photo. Honorable Nyakato, please, let's come to the front and have this group photo. Professor Kiza, tubanze tuije maiso tuweteze kisanu kino. Itwena nkusaba tubanze tuije maiso tuweteze kisanu kino because it means a lot. So we are going to extend to the front. Abamu bagya kwemera hansi, abamu bemere haiguru. So, okay, I am literally going to have to ask people, whoever. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we all want to take autographs and sign off and take pictures with the professor, but allow him come to the front to take a picture. Check. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me have Professor move forward. Allow Professor move forward so we can take a picture. Please, let's allow Professor move forward so we can take a picture. Let's all move forward. Professor. Please, Prof is here, please. Prof is here. We are going to take a picture. So allow me have Professor right here. So some of us will be at the back, some of us will stand below, so we can be able to take a good group picture. So ladies and gentlemen, please, let's all get organized. Back in the day while we were taking pictures, some of us would squat down, others would sit, others would lie on the floor, so we can all be able to be seen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, who are taking selfies, can we first take our official picture and then we can take selfies? Our paparazzis, please gentlemen, all of us who are taking, let us take the official picture. Lower your phones a little. Professor, please just back a little bit. Hello guys. Please, can we all get into character? We say Kabalega, all of us. 1, 2, 3. Are we okay? Are we good to our paparazzi? Is that okay? Let's wait. Some of us. Yes. Okay, from the queens, whoever is outside of the queens, please come to this side so we can see you. Otherwise, you're going to be in the crop zone. And when we are cropping the picture, you will be out. You know what it means to crop the... Whoever is after the queens, please, let's move to this side. The queens should be the last persons on the side. And I'm going to request Professor, the Ababito, that is the royal clan, are requesting to have a group picture with you personally. So right after that, I will have the royals. And who am I not to respect the royals of Bunyoro Kitara Kingdom? They would request to have a picture with you as well. Okay, so I am going to request all of us to first leave. Let me have the royals join the picture. Let me have the royals to join the picture, the Ababito. ababito n'ababito kati nibo ngenda kusaba. Please, gentlemen and ladies, let me have the royals join this picture. Hello, ladies and gentlemen who are taking selfies. Let me have the royals, please. Ababito n'ababito kati. Ababito n'ababito kati. Nkusaba ababito n'ababito kati nibo bagaruke mu kisani kino. Ababito n'ababito kati nibo nkusaba bagaruke mu kisani kino. Ababito, the royals please. The royals please. Please, if you know you are not part of the royal family and you are in this picture, the spirit of Kabalega should strike you. And you know how serious he was. I am taking a royal's picture, please. I am taking a picture of the royals, so I hope that you know. I'm taking a picture. Ekisani kinu ki ababito. Nababito kati. Okay.